seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Goddamn technical difficulties. Every damn stream, it seems like. Well, we're here, finally. So, yeah, so for, I guess, some of you who were waiting on the last stream I was trying to stream 5 minutes ago, apologies. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand this technology. I don't understand what's happening in all of these machines around me. I just press buttons and I hope everything works. And it appears to be working now. Somebody let me know in the chat if everything appears to be working now, because I just never know. No matter how long I do this for, I have no idea what the hell's going on. It's basically magic to me. I'm basically unfrozen caveman lawyer. Anyway, here we find ourselves again. It's Friday night. I'm a little bit late. I'm sorry. Sorry, I apologize again. Thank you for your patience, everybody. It's a good thing I don't got a boss. Although I guess in a way you guys are kind of my boss, really. Because if you don't like what I'm doing, you will tell me. You will tell me. And that's fine. You're allowed to. Constructive criticism. Anyway, hope everybody had a good week. It's been absolutely crazy. We got a lot to talk about. So obviously, we're going to be dealing with this Trump verdict, this insanity, this what feels like a crossing of the Rubicon, something that will be considered like we consider crossing the Rubicon in 100 years from now, or even 1,000 years from now. This could be really a pivotal moment in civilization. Rogue Thought says, other than my eyes being assaulted, it all looks and sounds good. I did this on purpose. You know I did it on purpose. Hold on one second. Here we go. Jump and... Oh, damn it. I was just off of the timing there. There we go. Hey, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. I did do it on purpose, though. So we're going to talk about what is really... I mean, honestly, this isn't, a page in a history book or a chapter in a history book. This is like all of the history books. It's truly astonishing and quite frightening from a civilizational perspective, from a civilizational point of view. It's actually scary. I mean, they say that when the United States sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. Well, I hope the rest of the world isn't about to get AIDS, because this is not good. This is not good. So we've got a ton of stuff, and we'll spend some time on this, and I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot to say about it as well. Anyway, welcome to the chat, Rogue Thought. Good to have you with us. And then we're going to deal with some other stuff. We got a whole bunch of stuff. You know how it goes. It goes on for hours and hours and hours. We're going to talk about this guy charged with driving on suspended license that called into court while driving on a suspended sentence. That's the worst idea. I've watched this like 10 times, and it just is, it's baffling. I can't imagine, it is unimaginable what the guy was thinking. But I'm sure you guys are going to have thoughts about this as well. Trudeau is determined to bring Gaza to Canada for some reason. I always thought that was one of the good things about Canada, is that Gaza wasn't in it. The West Bank wasn't in it. In fact, none of the Middle East at all was located inside Canada. Trudeau seems determined to bring it to Canada for some reason. Might be that whole trying to just wreck Canada thing. Anyway, we got something to say about that. Let's see. Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. So, I'm not worried about World War III. You worried about World War III? I'm not worried about World War III. What's the worst that could happen? Yikes. Then we've got all of this stuff that I've curated over the week that we're going to look at. And some of this stuff you guys will be a little bit familiar with. Some of it I'm surely will be new. That guy's scary. Yikes. We'll have to talk about him. Yeah, so there's a ton of stuff in here that we will go through that I've curated, and this is usually what takes the most amount of time. It takes us hours to get through all of this stuff. Here's the Greenpeace co-founder, Dr. Patrick Moore, who has some things to say about climate change that you're not going to hear on the CBC or on, CNN or MSNBC or on the BBC or whatever it is, ABC, wherever you are. He's got some things to say that you're not going to see in the mainstream media. And it's interesting because, he's a guy who, if he had the opposite opinion, he'd be on all of them. So take that for what you will. When things get dark, when things get too serious, when things become really awful, and you just can't, and you just don't think that you can take it anymore, I bring you the puppies. The puppy palate cleanser. Look at this adorable little guy. That's going to make you feel better. Hanging out with his buddies, with his best pals. Look at that. They're all best friends. You ever seen anything that adorable? I don't think you have. At some point, we will do Grok versus Trudeau. And for those who have been here before, you know what happens there. We ask Grok to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. There are two details that must be in this poem. One is that Justin Trudeau is wearing blackface, and one is that he gets a vaginoplasty. And we do this every week, and it's fun. And you guys can make your own suggestions as what we should ask Grok to do regarding this poem about Justin Trudeau. It's called Grok versus Trudeau. And we like it here. Now, last week we did something that was quite fun, which was the Angry Girlfriend AI. Angry Girlfriend Simulator. And unfortunately, it's quite small, but I did figure out, you can't really see it that well, but I did figure out a way to make it actually work. So bigger so that everybody can see it. Now let's see if I can remember how this worked. Okay, I think I got to do this, and then I got to do this. There we go. Now it's big enough that everybody can see it. Back to the main screen, and there we go. So we'll have some Angry Girlfriend Simulator fun for everybody. Now, the trick of that game, the Angry Girlfriend Simulator, is that you're supposed to try and calm her down, and then that's like how you win. But we don't do that here. We do the opposite. We try and make her more angry, and it always works. So I think we have a 100% success rate on that. But that said, I think that's everything. Was there anything else? I think I've got a real or parody coming up. Where you have to guess whether this TikTok clip is real or if it's parody. And yeah, we've got one of those. So we'll check that out as well. And William Riker will tell us if it's real or fake or not. So I guess we're just going to get into the heavy stuff. When you see MSM Democrats celebrating that Trump is being found guilty, remember that this is exactly what they feared Trump would do as president. These evil, hypocritical people are destroying our country. So that's what an American is saying. Let's watch.
Now that he's got the right attorney general in position to do it, we now know they really have been trying to gin up criminal prosecutions and criminal investigations into the president's perceived enemies, politically motivated persecution, right? Courtesy of Bill Barr. I'll roll in the FBI on you. That's how banana republics work, right?
The home of the 45th president of the United States has been raided by the FBI.
Mr. Trump is using the Justice Department.
It's really incredible, isn't it? Just this deranged propaganda witch. What else can you call it? This is straight out of like that Saul Alinsky Rules for Radicals, where they say blame them for doing what you're doing. Accuse them of doing what you're doing. It's really astonishing. Let's watch that again. Let's just watch that beginning part again.
Now that he's got the right attorney general in position to do it, we now know they really have been trying to gin up criminal prosecutions and criminal investigations into the president's perceived enemies, politically motivated persecution, right? Courtesy of Bill Barr. I'll roll in the FBI on you. That's how banana republics work, right?
The home of the 45th.
How banana republics work, right? Well, I guess Rachel Maddow would know, wouldn't she? I guess she would know. It's so blatant. It's so blatant, the propaganda, the fact that how fake these people are, how corrupt they are. Rogue Thought says, pure projection, lying, corrupt, malevolent assholes. Yeah. Oh, and evil, of course. Yeah, it's absolutely. It is. Hey, we got Antipop in the chat. How you doing, sir? Machiavellian, he said. Yeah, it's, in fact, you know what? I don't think it actually even reaches the level of Machiavellian because it's so simple. It's so obvious and transparent. It's like they're not even trying to pretend to any kind of Machiavellian ideals. I mean, it's just so blatant. It's so transparent. It's so obvious. You know, it'd be more, I think it'd be comforting if at least if it were actually Machiavellian, you know? I think that's their intention, but I mean, I guess it comes down to when you have 95% of the media is that face. When 95% of the media is that. And that's what Trump gets is 95% negative media coverage in the United States. When it's 95% that, you just feel like you can do anything. You don't even have to hide it. You don't even have to hide it. I mean, I guess that's the power. I mean, that's the power of the media, and they have harnessed it. They've harnessed the wannabe, at least, Machiavellians, like what? I mean, I guess she is just she's a teleprompter reader. Just I guess just a good soldier, I guess, you know? Find it astonishing. I mean, this here, let's take a look at this. You guys have probably seen this.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the...
Jesus. You guys seeing that? That evil grin.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he...
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? Political prisoner and...
You couldn't script this in a movie, could you? You couldn't script this in a movie.
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction...
Donald Trump says that he's a political prisoner and blames you directly. How do you respond? This is his response.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
See, like they're not trying to hide it, are they? Rogue Thought says it's like Emperor Palpatine, pure darkness. Antipop says, Antipop says, he crapped his pants there. I think you're right. Well, let's take a look at the expression right before his ghoulish Palpatine grin.
Directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
I think what happened was he crapped his pants right before he smiled, and then it was the relief of crapping his pants and then being able to just kind of smile when he's being accused. What's your response to your chief political opponent saying that he's a political prisoner because of you? I can't get over it. No matter how many times I watch this, there's something so ghoulish. Like, look at the face here. Look at that. Good Lord. And then just this grotesque. Yeah, I did do it. Yeah, I can do anything. I've got 95% of the media on my side. I've got the deep state on my side. I can do anything. I can come up here and crap my pants and just rub it all in your faces that I am a dictator now. I've crossed the Rubicon. That is the face of the end of a republic. That's what that face is.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
That's the face of things are going to get bad. That's what that is. I mean, here he is here. I think he's crapping right there. And then there's the smile. I just crapped my pants. And my opponent is saying that he's a political prisoner because of me, and nobody can do anything about it because I'm Palpatine. I don't know. I can't. There's something about this clip.
Directly, what's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
It's chilling, is what it is. It's chilling. I don't think that's just him being confused. I think that's him saying, yeah, I did it. I can do whatever I want. I think it's absolutely, yeah, it's chilling. It's chilling. That should send a chill across the civilized world. How dangerous this is. This man who, if there were any justice, would be prosecuted himself for actual crimes, actual serious crimes. It's ghoulish and it's horrifying. What is the internet saying? He is so gone, it's embarrassing. Well, I'm telling you, that's, to me, if I'm a mind reader, that's him saying, yeah, I'm running the show. This is the way it's going to be from now on. Joe Biden is a dictator. Joe Biden is a tyrant. That grin said it all. That is one sleazy POS. Wow, just wow. Wow, just wow. Maybe feeble, but still totally evil. It's scary. I've been watching the clips from the Canadian press. Hey, we got Candle Monkey in the chat. How you doing, sir? Do you guys remember the Star Trek episode with the sedated Nazi leader? Sedated Nazi leader. Star Trek episode. I do not. What was it? The original or Next Generation? Well, Rogue Thought knows what it is. So I'll have to check that one out. All right, let's keep going. So I thought this was interesting. This is from an article written by Eli Honig, former federal and state prosecutor, and he is a CNN senior legal analyst. So Kaneko the Great here has taken out some of the important parts here, some important quotes from this article. CNN Siegel legal analyst describes how the Trump conviction was a political hit job. So number one, the judge donated money in plain violation of a rule prohibiting New York judges from making political donations to a pro-Biden, anti-Trump political operation. I think one of them was called a Stop Trump, I believe. Alvin Bragg boasted on the campaign trail in an overwhelmingly Democrat county, quote, "It is a fact that I've sued Trump over 100 times. 3, quote, "Most importantly, the DA's charges against Trump push the outer boundaries of the law and due process." Yeah, I tend to go with Alan Dershowitz on this. He's a lifelong liberal Democrat. He voted for Biden in 2020. He says he's going to vote for Biden again in 2024, who just says there is no crime. Just flat out, there is no crime. This was totally made up. And it's political persecution. Even Fareed Zakaria on CNN said, if the name isn't Donald Trump, this trial doesn't go ahead. This doesn't get prosecuted. And I've got some other quotes from other people you may not expect as well. But let's keep going. The charges against Trump are obscure and nearly entirely unprecedented. In fact, no state prosecutor in New York or Wyoming or anywhere has ever charged federal election laws as a direct or predicate state crime against anyone for anything. None ever. So it is one of the things that, I mean, it should give pause for thought to anybody honest, any objective observer, saying, is this something that you really, I mean, it's entirely possible that the judge puts Trump in prison. Is this something that you really go after a president for right before an election? I mean, no, this would not be acceptable on the Democrat side of things. They would be freaking out. And actually, they should. Anybody should. It's clearly political persecution and election interference. This is what happens in banana republics. This is what Putin does to his enemies. This is what happens in Venezuela. This is what happens in Brazil now. Antipop says he should win the appeal, but is being ground down with lawfare. That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. And it's, the appeals won't happen until after the election. All right, so, but let's just continue with this. The DA inflated misdemeanors past the statute of limitations and, quote, electroshocked them back to life by alleging the falsification of business records was committed with intent to commit another crime, which they didn't reveal even fully, even until the last day of the trial. Inexcusably, the DA refused to specify what those unlawful means actually were, and the judge declined to force them to pony up until right before closing arguments. So much for the constitutional obligation to provide notice to the defendant of the accusations against him in advance of trial. And of course, this is all in a 95% Democrat district, of course. That's the jury pool. Rogue Thought says they will put him in prison. We should stop being surprised by how far they will go. I agree at 100%, Rogue Thought. I expect that judge to put him in prison. The word unprecedented, that it doesn't even exist anymore. They killed that word. No, I expect that judge to put him in prison. I think we were all out of unprecedenteds, and they won't go that far. I think they'll go. There is no limit that they won't go to. I think that's just obvious, isn't it? I think it's obvious at that point. There is nothing they will stop at. Absolutely nothing. They are terrified of him getting back into power. Terrified of it. And after all, everything that they've done, they probably should be. But yeah, I agree. I agree, Roke Thought. Yeah, I think that judge is going to put him in prison, that Judge Merchan. But we will see. Seven, in these key respects, the charges against Trump aren't just unusual, they're bespoke, seemingly crafted individually for the former president and nobody else. I think the thing that should be terrifying people in New York is that, bespoke crimes, that can just be on anybody now. Anybody who gets on the wrong side. I mean, if you take a look at the loan, the loan case where they said that he overvalued Mar-a-Lago, and then they insanely undervalued it at $18 million, which is insane. But in that case, that was a completely novel case as well, never been done before. I mean, you had no victim. The bank said, no, we are very happy. We want to do business with them again. Of course, we checked it out ourselves. We did our own valuations, and we said, this is how much we can lend you based on this. They said, no problems. We want to do business with them again. We call him a whale. That case it should have sent a chill down the spine of every business person in New York State, because that just said, we can go after you. I know that, Hochul, I think the governor said that, this is a special case, and you know what she meant by that. Well, it's Trump. But once you let the genie out of the bottle, the genie never goes back in again. They can use that. I mean, they got, $500 million out of Trump? What if they just decide, well, we've got budget shortfalls. We just need to get money. Let's do a Trump on this guy and this guy and this guy. We can pull in, $500 million. Every business person in New York should be terrified and should be planning of disentangling themselves with New York State as fast as possible. This long-term, all of this stuff long-term, I think is going to be disastrous for New York. Because would you really want to take the chance? Would you really want to take, even if you're a Democrat, loyal Democrat in New York, would you really want to take the chance? Because if they want to get you, they will. They've shown that now. They will just make up new law to get your money. Antipop says Zelensky imprisons political opponents as well. Well, that is true, sir. That is true. Yeah, it's not so much a democracy over there. I don't think it was so much a democracy before the war, even. But, I mean, that leads to another question. Why are they doing this to Trump? I think that's one of the reasons. Trump says he wants to end that war. He wants peace. Well, there's a lot of people making a lot of money who probably don't. There's a lot of people with their geopolitical plans that don't. It's working for them just fine. Candle Monkey says, Kevin O'Leary said the big players he knows in New York are working on getting out of there. For that reason, he says. Yeah. I mean, would you want to take the chance? Who would want to take the chance of being ruined? Because they've said loud and clear in New York, the law doesn't matter. If we want to get you, we will get you. I mean, you got people running for office in New York who ran on getting Trump. They ran on that was their whole platform. I'm just going to get Trump. It was absolutely, they were just saying openly, transparently, show me the man, I'll show you the crime. And not even just I'll show you the crime, I'll make up a crime. I watched an interview with Alan Dershowitz earlier. He was saying it's worse than Beria and Stalin. Because Beria in the Soviet Union said, bring me the man or show me the man, I'll show you the crime. In this case, they just made up the crime. In both cases in New York. in both the real estate one and in this one. And the other one, the what's her name? The what's the one who sued him for assault from 30 years ago, and she couldn't remember anything, and she got all the details wrong, and the dress she said she was wearing didn't even exist when she said it existed. And what was her name again? You guys help me out. Help me out. What's her name? The one he had to pay $96 million to. Because that one, yeah, I'm having a brain freeze right now. Someone's going to have to fill me in on that one and remind me. But that one, they actually had to change. They had to change the rules on what is it? What is it? The limitations of. Again, I'm having a brain freeze, you guys. I still haven't recovered from my COVID yet. Statute of limitations. There we go. Thank you. Thanks, brain. They had to open up a window of a year so that they could charge him with these 30-year-old accusations. So even there, they're just making it up as they go along. Carroll, Jean Carroll. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Rogue Thought. You guys are sharper than me tonight. Antipop says, I've heard people say they can't leave New York City and imprisoned by some invisible force. I don't know. I mean, the problem is that when the law doesn't mean anything anymore, it doesn't not mean anything just for your enemies. It's for everybody. You may feel safe for now, but the boot is on your neck as well. You just don't feel it yet, but it's coming. Don't want to live in a lawless society. Well, you don't want to live in it once you're in it. I'll put it that way. All right, 8. Manhattan's DAs, the Manhattan DA's employees reportedly, let me start over. The Manhattan DA's employees reportedly have called this the zombie case because of various legal infirmities, including its bizarre charging mechanism. But it's better characterized as the Frankenstein case, cobbled together with ill-fitting parts into an ugly, awkward, but more or less functioning contraption that just might ultimately turn on its creator. Yeah, of course it will eventually. It always comes back to bite you. All right, let's hear Trump here.
Bad thing that's happening in our country. Bad thing that's happening in our country. And it's a thing that I'm honored in a way. I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it. And I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. Bad thing that's happening in our country.
This is a guy who could have just walked away from it all. If he doesn't run again, none of this happens. None of this happens. He just walks off into his very nice life. I think if there was any doubt that this guy is sincere, that he really does give a shit, that he actually cares about his country, I think that's got to be gone at this point. I mean, now he's facing prison. He won't give up. He's willing to sacrifice his entire life's work for this. I don't think that's just narcissism. I don't think you can say that at this point. I mean, he's got the entire deep state arrayed against him. The entire deep state, the Democrat Party. You've got an entire state that I would say it's gone rogue, but it hasn't gone rogue. It's an arm, just an arm of the Democratic Party at this point, and the deep state. It's a state that any sane person needs to get the hell away from. Let's hear J.D. Vance talk about this.
You cannot say.
Let's go back.
This judge committed multiple elements of reversible error, and he did it while his daughter has made a ton of money off of Democratic candidates and while he himself donated to the Biden campaign.
So let me repeat the question.
You cannot say that this trial was anything more than politics masquerading as justice. And yes, I will help Donald Trump. I will help Donald Trump however I think that I can, Wolf, because if we allow this to happen, it's so much bigger and so much more troubling than Donald Trump. If we allow this standard that you can throw your political opponents in jail because they're doing better than you in an election, it will be the end of this country as we know it. This judge committed multiple elements of reversible error.
You just see Wolf Blitzer here, just sitting there like just this useless fucking propaganda lump.
Repeat the question.
You cannot say that this trial was anything more than politics masquerading as justice. And yes,
this is what gives them the power to do this stuff. It's the 95% of the media that's Wolf Blitzer. That's just a brainless teleprompter reader. That's just a propaganda lump. Now, this is what gives them the power. If you got the media 95% on your side, willing to repeat any lunacy, willing to pretend that it's all just normal. Oh, this all makes perfect sense. Rogue Thought says, and he's just clarifying here about the Jean Carroll case. He won the criminal case against Carroll, but then lost the lawsuit she filed where Trump said, quote, he didn't SA her. Can't believe or make this up. Yeah. Yeah, that was New York as well. Antipop says, CNN, oh evil. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, there's a lot of people that work there. And there's a lot of experienced journalists there, right? They can't all be that stupid. They can't all be. There's some large percentage of them that know there's something wrong, know something's going on, and they're just willing to lie. I don't believe they could all be that incompetent. I mean, maybe Wolf Blitzer, sure, you know? I don't believe it's all of them. And Rogue Thought says, too many states are falling down that ideological black hole. California, New York, Washington State, Oregon, etc. Well, half of Oregon wants to get the hell out. They're trying to disengage. The rural Oregon is trying to disengage from basically Portland and join Idaho. Now, Oregon's never going to let them go. Portland's never going to let them go. They're just seen as a source of revenue, right? To be thrown away on all of their crazy fucking commie ideas. They're not going to let them go. Candle Monkey says, media workers just want to keep their jobs. Well, that's obviously, yeah, I mean, that's true for sure. There's a lot of them that just want to keep their comfortable lives, keep their money. That's probably the main driving factor. Some of them certainly are just evil, and some of them are just stupid and gullible and useful idiots. But yeah, I mean, keeping your life, keeping your income is powerful motivation. Although I would say a lot of people like Wolf Blitzer's made millions and millions and millions of dollars in his life. He doesn't have to do it. He does it because he wants to do it. All right. Let's keep going. Let's hear from DeSantis. Although really at this point, I mean, strongly worded letters and tweets and stuff, is it really enough? Is it? Today's verdict represents the culmination of a legal process that is being bent to the political will of the actors involved, a leftist prosecutor, a partisan judge, and a jury reflective of one of the most liberal enclaves in America, all in an effort to get Donald Trump. That this case involving alleged misdemeanor business records violations from nearly a decade ago is a testament to the political debasement of the justice system in places like New York City. This is especially true considering the same district attorney routinely excuses criminal conduct in a way that has endangered law-abiding citizens in his jurisdiction. Yeah, kill somebody, you're out on bail, cashless bail, like the next day. You know, you can assault somebody, you can commit all kinds of horrible crimes, and you're out the same day. It's a society that's been turned on its head. It's a society that has lost its moral foundation. It's a state of total moral confusion. Or it's just people that are trying to destroy their civilization. I mean, you know, the original Civil War in the States was different states aligned with each other against each other. So if you've got a state like New York City, I mean, why? They are so antithetical to what a state like Florida, for instance, where DeSantis is. They're so antithetical to that. It's almost like they don't belong in the same country together. You know, does this maybe not to a civil war, but to just a dissolution, an amicable divorce, you know, a peaceful divorce, a peaceful separation. Is that what happens when you have states that appear to just be in different countries? I mean, that have nothing in common anymore. So, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting and frightening thought, isn't it? Anyway, DeSantis continues, "It is often said that no one is above the law, but it is also true that no one is below the law. If the defendant were not Donald Trump, this case would never have been brought. The judge would have never issued similar rulings, and the jury would have never returned a guilty verdict. In America, the rule of law should be applied in a dispassionate, even-handed manner, not become captive to the political agenda of some kangaroo court." This is what I'm talking about. Like Elon Musk said, well said. Well said. This is what I'm talking about. What point do you have? Is it just simply not tenable for states to be in the same union anymore? You know, when you have a state like New York, which is actively working against the interests of other states. I mean, they're trying to decide for Florida, for every other state, who gets to be president. I mean, this is a big problem, right? Big problem. It's not the way it's supposed to work. Let's continue. Here's from Cernovich. I thought this was interesting. Even though the outcome in the Trump show trial was preordained, one cannot help but have flashbacks to sitting in history class and reading about the Soviet Union. Their system seems so strange, incomprehensible even. Now it is upon us. Yeah, go back and read about the Russian Revolution, for instance, and you'll see the patterns. You'll see maybe not history repeating, but rhyming, for sure. You see a lot of people, even very privileged, people, playing with very dangerous and deadly ideologies, toying with them. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Nobody could have, aside maybe from Lenin and Trotsky, nobody could have predicted the horrors that were coming. A lot of people thought they were just going to end up with some sort of, what would have been best for Russia would have been to just move into some sort of constitutional monarchy, quite frankly. And untold horrors could have been avoided. But nobody knew what was going to, other than Trotsky and Lenin, nobody knew the horrors that were awaiting them, the forces they were playing with. It's you don't expect it. You know, nobody could have predicted the horrors from Mao Zedong or from Hitler, because that's not normal, right? That's just not normal life. You just don't expect that, you know, your government or the people around or your neighbors are going to turn into monsters. But monsters they will turn into. Again, this is genuinely historic and frightening. Everybody around the world should be terrified by this, because if the U.S. goes down, everybody else is screwed too. You know, just watching the clips in the Canadian media, you'd think that absolutely this was all totally normal. You'd think it was all completely normal. If you watch CTV or Global News or the CBC, this is all totally normal. You know who they have on their panels? They have their little panels. I saw one. It was David Frum and Brian Stelter. These were the experts they had on. It's just a constant stream of propaganda in Canada. That's why I cover American news on my channel, because there is nothing on TV. There is no TV news that will give you anything that is remotely objective, especially when it comes to American politics, and especially when it comes to Donald Trump. And Canadians' opinion on Donald Trump actually affects politics in Canada. That's why Trudeau is constantly trying to throw MAGA at Pierre Poilievre, at the Conservatives here, right? Because he knows the media has done such a good job of demonizing conservatism in the United States. But I'm here to tell Canadians, yeah, you should be worried. You should be worried. This is not a good sign. This isn't just business as usual. This isn't just everything working out properly. Let's see. Oh, so this is something I'll have to remember to come back to this. This is about Biden's giving the Ukraine, Zelensky, permission to use weapons in Russia, which I think is a very bad idea that might lead to terrible, terrible consequences. Because I don't know, there's like those 6,000 nuclear weapons and all of that. You know, that's a thing. Rogue Thought says, this can't go on. I didn't think I'd see days like this. It's so disturbing, scary, and infuriating. 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 Now my mouth works. Okay. Deeply depressing. And Antipop says, like that Avengers movie where the bad guy took over early and the movie just got worse. Yeah. But yeah, it's incredibly disturbing and scary. Because what it looks like is the United States is turning into a one-party state. And that's not good, because one-party states make terrible, terrible decisions, and they tend to destroy their own civilization, their own country. Let's hear this. This is on CNN.
Well, if my phone and the text messages I'm receiving are any indication, every Republican in the country is madder than a wet hen. I mean, people who are decidedly non-MAGA, not Trump fans, are blowing up tonight saying this case never should have been brought. This is ridiculous charges. It was egregious use of the criminal justice system. And I mean, I'm hearing people say, I had no intention of voting for Donald Trump, and now I am. And then if you ask the Trump campaign what's happening, you know, they literally broke their online donation portal because people were rushing to the internet to give them money in the minutes after the verdict. So I think there's a real chance here. This is going to massively backfire on the Democrats and help Donald Trump.
And you see them here, the CNN people here, just sat there like brain dead propaganda zombies. You know? That's the face there of the decline of civilization. That's the face there of the end of Western liberal democracy. That's the face of the end of constitutional republicanism. That's the face. That stupid, blank, dead-eyed face. of the zombie propagandist. But yeah, people are like, Trump's website crashed because there were so many donations. Last I saw, it was 50 million in 24 hours. That's a huge amount of money, an enormous amount. We've been on this for a while already, but we're going to keep going because this is historic. I think that we have to do this. I think almost in a way, it's just bearing witness to this, as much of it as we can get through. And of course, we're going to get to all the other stuff as well. And we'll probably be going real late tonight. But yeah, it's kind of just about bearing witness to this insanity, this insane injustice, and this historic moment in all the wrong ways. And I said, this isn't a page in a future history book or a chapter. This is every book. This is 1,000 books. And, what the details will be, whether this will be, fall of an empire type story or not, I don't know. But this is consequential. It's a crossing the Rubicon moment. This may be a fall of the Republic moment. Not today, not tomorrow, but again, one-party states don't do well long term. They don't. They make horrible, horrible mistakes. Elon Musk says, indeed, great. Well, let's take a look at this first. Hold on. From Geiger Capital, the first felony conviction of a former U.S. president wasn't for the Iraq or Afghanistan wars, illegal CIA coups, drone striking weddings, or spying on Americans. It was because Trump misclassified a $130,000 payment for a porn star's NDA. Tells you everything you need to know. And Trump said, indeed, great damage was done today to the public's faith in the American legal system. If a former president can be criminally convicted over such a trivial matter, motivated by politics rather than justice, then anyone is at risk of a similar fate. You've got idiots celebrating, giggling. You've got idiots in the media giggling and celebrating. You've got idiots on the streets giggling and celebrating. These are people that cannot see beyond their own shadow. They don't understand. The boot's on their neck too. Their own agency is being removed. They just don't realize it yet because they like what's happening. They can't feel the boot on their neck yet. But it's there. It's there. And that boot will come down when it's time. At the end of the day, nobody escapes. Let's take a look at this.
That should be a red flag that this is a significantly weaker case than people want to let on.
No, I think that's exactly right. Yesterday, the fact that, this was the longest summation that many people who have been observing these criminal trials in New York State in the history of New York State, based on the people I've spoken to here. If you need a summation that long to describe a crime or to lay out your theory of the cases, which is what Bragg prosecutor Joshua Steinglass did yesterday for over 5 hours. President Trump said on Truth Social this was a 5-hour-long summation process. I think it was even longer than that. Then you know that there's no there, as they say. There's no underlying crime. And, we know from start to finish, I don't want to give this verdict, regardless of what it is. Of course, we're hoping for an acquittal. But regardless of the verdict, I don't want to give it too much legitimacy based on just how how unprecedented, unorthodox, and ridiculous this entire trial has been from start to finish. So, on that point, it's unheard of, it's unprecedented, and I'm honestly shocked by what I saw in that courtroom over the past couple of weeks, with Judge Merchan admonishing Robert Costello, the only witness the defendant was able to bring in, based on his conduct and based on sort of his demeanor on the stand. They wouldn't let President Trump bring in the FEC commissioner here, which was Bradley Smith, one of the top, he would have been the top expert witness on federal election law, and they're presumably wrapping a federal election violation in this convoluted theory of a case here. They wouldn't let him testify. So, I mean, Judge Merchan said explicitly in the courtroom, I'm the only one who gets to say what the law is, no one else. But then yesterday he lets the prosecutor basically go on at length, overriding the objections of President Trump's counsel, Todd Blanche, to kind of go on a tirade, on a tangent on his own idea of what the law should be. So, it's a ridiculous process that we're seeing here, and it's a travesty to due process and the rule of law in our country.
See, when the judge knows he's got the media 100% behind him, and he's got all these teleprompter readers giggling and so excited, and just who don't care about reality, don't care about truth, they're just going to back him all the way. When you've got the media 95% behind you, I mean, it's free license to do whatever the hell you want. It's terrifying. It doesn't matter if it gets overturned on appeal, which it seems like it should. At the Supreme Court, certainly it seems almost certain this stuff would be overturned. Whether or not before then, well, that's up for debate. Here's something really good from Antipop. He says, some centuries nothing happens, and some years centuries happen. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. It's like things happen slow, and then really fast. Rogue Thought says, please keep going. It's probably one of the biggest things that have happened in most of our lives. And the mask is off. They've revealed they have no intention in relinquishing any of their power and will destroy anyone threatening them. You've got it 100% right, sir. Those claps are for you guys, not for the psychopaths. All right, let's keep going, you guys. There's even lawyers, actually, even though the media is 100% behind this, I've actually seen a few lawyers, even on like CNN, I think MSNBC, like voice some concerns about it or doubts about it. We'll get to that. I think I've got a couple in here. Here's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, that's a parody, so we don't need to read that. Look at this. Look at this. This is the gaslighting where you feel like you're in an alternate universe.
It's conservatives like Donald Trump who, called for the death penalty against some innocent young men in New York and who want to lock everybody up, including Hillary Clinton. That's not the way I feel as a liberal, and I don't want to inflict any suffering on anybody. It's conservatives like Donald Trump who, called for the death penalty against some innocent young men in New York and who want to lock everybody up, including Hillary Clinton. That's not the way I feel as a liberal, and I don't want to inflict.
But you do that, and you support that. It's just gaslighting. This is that Saul Alinsky Rose for Radical stuff. This is just accuse them of what you're doing. That's it. I just do it. Just do it with a shit-eating grin. It's unbelievable. Clown World says, people don't give a shit Trump was found guilty. Trump 2024. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is going to cheer us up maybe a little bit.
Donald Trump was just found guilty for his hush money. The verdict came back and they said he was guilty. But let me be the first to let them corrupt, sleazy motherfuckers know that November 5th, I'm still voting for Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck if he's on a ballot or not. I'm gonna write his motherfucking name down. Trying to throw this man in jail for some bullshit that Sleepy Joe do. All my black, white, Asian, Hispanic, and Indian Americans, we gonna form motherfucking Voltron on November 5th. Yeah, boy, it's gonna be electrifying. It's gonna be the most emotional, impactful movement in fucking history. Because in the first time in history, all walk of life is gonna come together. We're not gonna look at cultures. We're not gonna look at race. We all one people. We all on the same motherfucking page. I don't give a fuck if you a blood, crip, trailer, trash, hood, motherfucker, biker gang. We all got one thing in common, and we done had a motherfucking enough. We gonna pull up, hop out, we gonna barbecue, and we gonna realize that we all have more in common than they say we don't. We gonna walk together, baby.
You know, it's interesting, you know. Rogue Thought says, hell yeah. Antipop says, Stalin quote. Is that the some centuries nothing happens and some years centuries happen? I don't know, but there's another Stalin quote and related to, now we're seeing numbers that the black vote, especially young black men, are swinging towards Trump by, you know, by like 20 points or something like that. And, you know, we've heard this before, haven't we? That the black vote is leaving the Democrats. It's moving over to Trump. Trump did make some inroads in the last one. I think a few points, but we've heard this a few times and it never happens. And it, you know, you have cities, deep blue cities in swing states where everything is controlled by Democrats all the way through, including all of the election machinery. And it puts me in mind of another quote that's attributed to Stalin, which is, you know, something like, it doesn't matter who votes, it matters who counts the votes. So I'll just leave that there. Let's hear what Tulsi has to say about it. I know people have very mixed thoughts about Tulsi Gabbard, and certainly some of her policy ideas are not anything that I would get behind. But generally speaking, I kind of like her. I mean, at least she seems like she's a real person who actually loves her country and loves Western civilization.
Tulsi Gabbard joins me now. So you just heard Peter Doocy say the White House, the campaign's fundraising off of Democrats convicting their rival. Fundraising, Tulsi.
Yeah, so much for the rule of law, Jesse. I think this is adding insult to injury to the seriousness of what the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrat elite, are doing to destroy our country, to destroy our democracy, to undermine the rule of law. And my hope is that the people who are watching this, the American people who are watching this, are understanding that this is a very serious wake-up call, that the consequences of this extend far beyond this case, this verdict, even Donald Trump. President Biden is guilty of turning our country into a banana republic. What does that mean for you and me and every American? That means we have to now think twice before challenging or opposing or criticizing the political party that's in power without being concerned about how they may now use the levers of the Department of Justice and law enforcement to then come after us. That's the serious issue that's at stake here. And the only way that we save our democracy and reverse the damage that's already been done is when every single one of us as Americans, Democrats, Republicans, independents, libertarians, we take it upon ourselves to choose freedom, to save our country, save our democracy, and punish President Biden and his administration, those who are abusing their power on November 5th, and vote for Donald Trump.
I want to hear a piece of that again. Hold on a second.
Tulsi Gabbard joins me now. So you just heard Peter Doocy say the White House, the campaign's fundraising off of Democrats convicting their rival. Fundraising, Tulsi.
Yeah, so much for the rule of law, Jesse. I think this is adding insult to injury to the seriousness of what the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrat elite, are doing to destroy our country, to destroy our democracy, to undermine the rule of law. And my hope is that the people who are watching this, the American people who are watching this, are understanding that this is a very serious wake-up call, that the consequences of this extend far beyond this case, this verdict, even Donald Trump. President Biden.
See, that's a point that the smart people are making, is that the consequences of this go beyond the immediacy of what's happening right now, or even Donald Trump himself, right? The people that are doing this, the cabal that's doing this, they know exactly what they're doing. The useful idiots who are out on the sidewalk, chalk drawing, guilty, 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 charge 1, guilty, charge 2, guilty. Those people, they have no idea what they're in for. The people, the cabal that is orchestrating all of this, they laugh at those people. They laugh at them, those fucking idiots. They're giving away everything to us. They're giving away all of their power. They know that their boot is on those people's neck just as well. They must laugh their head off when they see these idiots. And they see the journalists giggling with excitement on TV. They must laugh their heads off. Watching these people celebrating the boot coming down on their own throat. Even if they don't see it yet, they will. They will eventually. It's like when you take away somebody's right to speak their mind, you're taking away your own right to speak your mind. If you're celebrating somebody being, banned off something because they said something, impolitic to your mind, you're celebrating your own censoring, your own silencing, because that will come eventually. You're celebrating the fact that there is something you yourself can't say anymore. And that can change. What's okay to say and what's not okay to say, that can change. That will change. So I get the people who are orchestrating all of this, they must laugh their heads off at the useful idiots out there cheering them on with no idea that the boot's coming down on their neck just as much as anybody else's. Cernovich said, "Where were you when JFK was assassinated? Today is that day for our generation, all of America, and even those in the world who formerly saw America as a city of light standing on a hill." Yep. See, Newt Gingrich is worried Democrats might be driven to do something dangerous to Donald Trump. Well, let's hear what Newt has to say. I'm not really a Newt Gingrich fan, but I want to hear what he has to say about this.
How minuscule his crowd was in Philly today? It's like nobody wants to show up.
Well, look, you think the average American is stupid? I mean, you look at this doddering guy who clearly is only half the time in charge of what he's doing. You look at his vice president, who may be cognitively fine, but she's just goofy, and you say to yourself, what is it I'm supposed to get excited by? And then you look at Bidenflation, which is every American experiences every day, every time you go to the grocery store, every American. So I don't care how many ads the Biden team runs. They're trying to convince the rest of us that the things aren't as bad as we know they are because we're feeling it in our pocketbooks. When you have to, if you're a Democrat and you have to go to your base this hard, you are really on the edge of collapse. If you were a comparable deal would be if a Republican had to try to shore up West Virginia. And I think what you're going to see in the next few months is and it really worries me, frankly, that you're going to see a desperation when they come to realize nothing they're doing is going to work. And they're confronted with the likelihood that Trump's not just going to win. He's going to win big. He's going to take in the Senate and the House. And I think all of us ought to keep Donald Trump in our prayers because I think these people are desperate and I think they're dangerous.
I don't disagree. Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich.
Yeah, what's off the table at this point? Honestly, what's off the table? I mean, they've just transparently turned themselves into a banana republic. What's off the table at this point? What's off the table? What?
How minuscule?
Hold on a second. What? Let's go back up to the top for a second. This face. What wouldn't this man do?
And blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
That's the face of this all, at least the figurehead face of it. What wouldn't that face do?
Do you think that
That's the guy who just said that his chief political rival, who's likely to beat him in the election, is saying he's a political prisoner and is blaming him. That is the face of corruption. What? That is the face of by any means necessary. That is the face of I don't care. That is the face of I will do anything and I will laugh about it. That is the face of that was for you, Antipop. Let's see. Let's hear from Trump senior advisor Jason Miller.
Think back to 2020, what they did with the Supreme. It's not anything that we haven't been planning for or expecting. Think back to 2020, what they did with suppressing the conversation around the Hunter Biden laptop. Think about how they changed all the rules in the middle of the game last time. We knew that going into 2024, they were going to do something different. They had to. They have Joe Biden, who's essentially just a senile, doddering idiot at this point. Inflation is terrible. The border's terrible. Global chaos all over the place. So they had to do something to change the playing field. That's why all of this lawfare is happening. This is why they've indicted President Trump 4 times, why they've charged him with so many of this nonsense, what they're trying to do. Now, the American public is going to render the real verdict. That's going to be on November 5th. So I'm very confident in that. But President Trump's pretty astute. He knows that they're going to try to do everything underhanded they can. They tried it in 2016. They were not successful. They tried it in 2020 and got away with a lot. 2024, no matter what they do here, we're going to beat them.
You know, I think it's a really, important, salient, and realistic question. Is that come November 5th, what is off limits? Is anything off limits to stop Trump? And I think we all know what I'm talking about. Is there anything that's off limits? Antipop, $10. That's it. You get the horn. Thank you very much, sir. You're a good man. A good man indeed. Okay, what was I talking about? I got distracted by money, which happens. But yeah, is there anything off the table for these people? You know, it doesn't feel like it, does it? Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so I was talking earlier about even on channels like CNN, there have been some legal experts who have voiced some things that probably they don't like very much. Let's take a look.
What are the odds of this on appeal for Trump?
I actually think they're pretty good because there are a number of significant issues of the way this trial was handled And we don't talk about Donald Trump anymore. We talk about the defendant in the case and whether or not the judge did everything the judge was supposed to ensure a fair trial, uninfected by the outside world. And I've complained, Aaron, to you, that the idea that this jury wasn't sequestered, not even during their deliberations, not to mention for that week before between trial and closings, I think that's a massive mistake that an appellate court may say, this is going to happen. The defense is going to follow the trail of every one of these jurors when they find out who they are and how they are, where they drove, what they did, every billboard that they saw, all of that. And that's going to be the fodder for appeals that this jury was infected by negativity, that this judge didn't protect their client from. That's just one issue, and there are 100 we can talk about.
What are the odds of this on appeal?
So, I mean, when even on CNN, and they screen all these people before they have them on, even on CNN, you're seeing this. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you that, well, I think that we're all right about what happened. Oh, we got to watch this. Trump just dropped this video on Truth after getting convicted in New York. All right, you guys, we got to watch this.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
My God, he's a badass. I mean, he is a badass. I mean, this is a guy who could have just left it all behind. He could have just walked away and gone on, lived his life. None of these, $500 million bullshit penalties. No threat of prison. If he had just walked away, they would have let him walk away. It wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. At this point, I mean, the man is beyond legendary at this point. I mean, he's beyond folk legend state. Like, the man is just a straight out. This is going to be remembered throughout history, if there is a history. If we don't end up getting vaporized in World War III. Anyway, that is something else, huh? That is something else. I mean, this man will not give up. He will not give up. All right. Let's move on. Oh, here's another Trump ad. All right, this one is awesome as well. Let's check it out.
Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts.
This case is an abomination. It's obviously political. 7 years to try to come up with this case. They're just wrong on the law.
The only crime that Donald Trump is being prosecuted for is the crime of running for president.
Political persecution at the highest level.
They've quite frankly given up on trying to beat him at the polls. Either going to steal it or stop it by law firm.
A Democrat prosecutor elected on a Get Trump platform.
What's going on here is a disgusting disgrace. It is war on Trump, it is war on the Republican Party, and it is a war on the Republic.
This case is the weakest case I've seen in 60 years of teaching, practicing, and writing about criminal law.
And I doubt the New York indictment would have been brought against a defendant whose name was not Donald Trump.
This judge, I mean, you don't need a prosecutor if you have a judge like this. This judge is not on the level.
It's a terrible case, but the judge has been pretty much a rubber stamp on everything that Bragg has wanted to do.
They're perverting the system of justice. That's where the danger lies. The corruption and subversion of our institutions by the left.
This is the Democrats' entire strategy, to confine President Trump to a dirty criminal courtroom and keep him off the campaign trail where he can bring his winning message to voters across this country.
New York has become a legal banana republic. They are so determined to get Donald Trump.
Look,
convicting Donald Trump, that's all they have.
I think they have no cards, and they're depending upon Trump getting convicted.
That Trump train doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
The only verdict that matters is the verdict at the ballot box.
That's pretty good. That's pretty powerful stuff right there. So the thing is, everything that the Biden administration is doing to the states with the immigration, with the censorship, with the colluding with big tech, everything that they're doing, that's happening in all the other Western countries, which is why the media, like I can tell you firsthand in Canada, the corporate media hates Trump, and all the leftists hate Trump because he's trying to stop it, because it's the same stuff is happening here that's happening in the U.S., that's happening in the UK, that's happening in Australia, that's happening throughout Europe. That's why they all hate that. You will never see anything positive about Trump, even in conservative media, like conservative newspapers in Canada. You've got to go to non-corporate sources. You got to go to channels like mine. You got to go to like Rebel News or Counter Signal or True North or something like that. You got to go to independent sources to ever hear anything positive about Trump. Because he's like that light, that shows that it can be beaten. Like, you don't have to give away your country. Your country doesn't have to be destroyed by leftists. It's the same problems everywhere in the Western world. Everywhere. And that's why he's so hated. That's why I can tell you in Canada, he is absolutely hated by the elites, by every leftist, and by the corporate media. In Canada, you've got to go to, a channel like mine or, Rebel Media or some other independent source to get underneath the surface level, shallow commentary that you get in the corporate media here. Even in like the kind of, nominally conservative stuff like the National Post, which does do some good work. But again, they're still kind of towing the line, Rogue Thought says he just doesn't quit. It's amazing. What other politician ever held up to a tenth of this persecution? I know, it's incredible, right? It's legendary. Rogue Thought says the economy, inflation, free speech rights. Yeah, it's everywhere in the West. Now we do in Canada, we do have Pierre Poilievre, who I'm cautiously optimistic about. Again, I don't have my head in the clouds, right? And, but I'm cautiously optimistic that he's going to carve a little bit of a Trumpian path in Canada, hopefully. By that, I mean bringing immigration under control, getting rid of these awful internet censorship bills. And hopefully, is it possible? Could it ever be possible? Start to purge the wokeness out of the government, out of the institutions? Is that possible? I don't know. Obviously, fixing doing something positive about the economy, certainly unleashing our energy sector and our natural resources would go a long way towards that. Thinking that you can improve the economy here without that is just delusional. I don't think that even Trudeau takes that seriously. Of course, he lies about it, though. That's the thing. He lies. But in any case, let's keep going. We've got more to see. Brett Tolman predicts Trump will be thrown in jail. This is what I think will happen, too. And I know some of you guys do as well.
What are your friends saying to you? I assume you got 400,000 texts the moment this dropped.
Yeah,
you're one of the... You have this incredible legacy, and you've tried so many criminal cases, and so few would know what it's like to be inside of a trial like this more than you. What does this say about our system? Are we facing an actual constitutional crisis here?
Yeah, I think we're facing a crisis that, it does change the game, Benny. And look, everybody that reached out from, those that are traumatized to, in disbelief and angry and afraid. Look, there's plenty of opportunity for us to save this country. And I would say there are, if we realistically look at this case, there never was an acquittal possible. I predicted long ago, I thought that the hung jury was the overwhelming, result that I predicted. But when you have the judge that was leaning on the scales of justice from the beginning of opening arguments, actually before that, to his rulings on motions to exclude evidence, his rulings during the trial, his objections to cross-examination. I mean, Benny, it's bad when the judge takes a different tone when speaking to the prosecution versus when he speaks to the defense in front of the jury. All of that adds up. It hits and it weighs in the minds of the jury. And then, an instruction like they gave, the elimination of key evidence the defense wanted to put on, it is almost impossible to get anything better than a hung jury in a case like this. So look, we'll look our wounds. This judge has considerable power now. On July 11th, he has the power to take Trump forthwith. He can take him, put him in custody right then. And he can do it for whatever period of time. Now, Kash Patel is accurate that there's a range of sentence that's supposed to be a range that the judge follows. But the rules are out the window. Who knows what this judge will do? I predict that he will give him some jail time. I think he will fine him. He'll give him a stern lecture, and then he'll promptly plan his retirement and a book deal.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. I mean, it's just, there's no limits now, right? Like, New York has become fun. I mean, aside from Trump, it was already a lawless state, right? But now it's officially a lawless state at this point. Again, any sane person has to try and get the hell out of there. Antipop says, and I think, is this in reference to what I was talking about with Polyev? He said, when I was watching professional wrestling in the 60s, I saw one wrestler jump off the top rope onto another wrestler's throat. My dad assured me it was fake. I think you're talking about Polyev there and drawing doubt about his sincerity. And you're not wrong to. This is why I say I'm cautiously optimistic, And, I hate to admit it, but you may be right. And we're just going to have to see. I mean, we've witnessed what happened in the UK with the Conservative Party there. And they got in a prime minister who actually looked like they were going to make some serious moves in terms of immigration, energy, that sort of thing, Liz Truss, and she was gone immediately. Right? It turned out she didn't have any power. It was just the institutions have taken over. So I see that, and it scares the hell out of me. And I really hope and pray that is not what's going to happen in Canada. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Anyway, let's move on. So Antipop says, oh, you're talking about Trump. So I don't know. Now I'm confused. I'm just going to move on. Let's see. Okay, so why is all this happening? Well, here's a good reason why. Let's take a look.
Take a look here. Age 18 to 24. Biden won this group by 32 points last cycle over Donald Trump. Look at where the polling is now. Joe Biden still leads, but just by 7 points. That is a drop, John. Let's see if I can do this math. I believe it is a drop of 25 percentage points. And compare that to the rest of the electorate, where we're looking at a fairly similar race to where we were 4 years ago, where Joe Biden won those voters by 2 points last time around. Now Donald Trump leads by 2, so that's a movement of 4 points. But 4 points, I don't need to tell you, John, is significantly less than movement of 25 points among those voters under the age of 25.
So, I mean, it's becoming, I think, more and more obvious that in a fair fight, Trump just wins. He just wins. The next election is his. So it's not hard to see what their motivation is. Okay, this is interesting. Let's hear from Jonathan Turley here. I think you will want to hear this.
I was saddened to watch it. I disagree with this verdict. I think, as I've said before, that this case was legally unfounded. When they were reading those guilty verdicts, the one thing that we didn't know is really what he was found guilty of. Because if you remember, the judge allowed the jury to find guilt on any one of 3 secondary crimes. We weren't told whether the jury found any one of those crimes, whether they found all 3 of those crimes. I'm not too sure we will know that. That's one of the many issues that I think presents reversible problems in this case. So what I would say is that this is a historic moment. We all have to take a breath. But for those upset by this verdict, remember this remains a country committed to the rule of law. And this is going to go up on appeal. I think it's going to be reversed in the state or federal systems.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is it doesn't matter because
I was saddened.
It's already achieved the goal, which is to hurt him before the election. And what will hurt him more than, other than, you know, the ultimate thing they can do, what can hurt him more than putting him in prison? Let's hear from Trump himself here.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
That doesn't sound like a man who's just in it for himself to me. It doesn't. Again, this guy could have just walked away from it all. President Trump now has 11 times as many felony charges as Al Capone. What a time to be alive. From N Wokeness. I don't know. I haven't checked that out, but yeah, I can believe it. Okay, so here's the here from Elijah Schaefer. Do you think Trump has a chance with the Manhattan Appeals Court? What do you guys think? Probably not. Probably not. I think it's going to have to go past them, I'm afraid. From Tucker Carlson. Import the third world, become the third world. That's what we just saw. This won't stop Trump. He'll win the election if he's not killed first, but it does mark the end of the fairest justice system in the world. Anyone who defends this verdict is a danger to you and your family. Well, those are strong words. I'm not really inclined to disagree. I mean, this really is, again, we're out of unprecedented, aren't we? Right? Like, it's crazy. General Mike Flynn, they are not after Trump or you, Tucker Carlson, or me. They are after America. They want to dominate America and all Americans. That's what communists do. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there are. I mean, all those crazy college students, they didn't just go into, they didn't just get jobs as professors at universities or as, in HR departments, right? They've gone everywhere. They've become judges. They've gotten into politics. They're in the deep state now. All of these far leftist revolutionary communists, they're in everything now. I know they are in Canada. They are in the States too. They didn't just pick a couple of little places to go. They went everywhere, into every institution. That includes government. And these people are judges now. They're judges. They're lawyers. They're in the military. And it's scary. I'm not black-pilled. I think things can be fixed, but without everything being burnt down. But yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous time. All right. Well, I think, folks, that's we've come to the end of the Trump version. So we did about an hour and a half on that. And I think it's probably time that we moved on. And I think after that, it's pretty dark stuff, isn't it? And terrifying. So I think it's time that we did the puppy palate cleanser. Just take a look at that. Good Lord. Good Lord. There he is. There's that puppy. He's a happy puppy with his best friends. They're all best friends. They'll probably be lifelong friends, these guys. Look at that. Now that's better, isn't it? That's nicer. That's way nicer than the decline and fall of Western civilization. I prefer this. I prefer this than to civilization crumbling and being burnt down and some nightmare dystopia being built on the ashes of it. I'll take the puppy. And you know my favorite thing about this? Justin Trudeau didn't burst into the shot and try and give that puppy puberty blockers, because that's just the sort of thing that he would do. All right. Let's get on to some lighter stuff. Let's check the comments out. Comments here first. Antipop says Capone was railroaded like Trump. Well, well, they got him on tax charges, actually, I think, wasn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they got him on tax charges, Al Capone. And what if all of history was bullshit? I tend to think that Western histories of the world, if you go up until, say, I don't know, the year 2000, tend to be good, or there's a lot of good, because they were still running off of kind of, they were principled and still looking for truth and reality. So even if there's things they didn't agree with, that not every historian was totally ideological. There were lots of good historians. I think particularly in like military history, actually, as well. But now history is I mean, I think any history that's been written in the last 20 years, I think, has to be called into question, right? There's a book I read called King Leopold's Ghost, which I read probably 15 years ago or so. And the time, I mean, it was just horrible. It was about the Belgian Congo, and I was horrified. And it turns out, actually, since that most of that book is bullshit. It's like The People's History of the United States. That's another ideological book, which I read a long time ago, back when I was a lefty, and thought, wow, this is really impressive. Well, yeah, not so much, actually. Not so much. But that's the problem when you have ideologues taking over every institution, is that, even history now is ideological, it's totally impolitic in Canada to just mention the fact that there were no unmarked graves found anywhere in Canada or on any residential schools. They have looked in some places and there's nothing there. But it's not really polite in Canada to mention that, well, maybe we don't need to feel guilty for something that there is no evidence actually happened, right? That's a disturbing thing that's happening in Canada, where reality really isn't mattering anymore. It's all just directionally. Is it left wing? Does it speak poorly of Western culture or Canada as a country, Canada's history? If it doesn't, well, that's not a history you get to hear. But I don't think it's all bullshit. I think you just have to kind of go back a little bit. I'm not sure I would trust many history books written today. Rogue Thoughts says, just got 2 kittens this week. Very fun. Well, congratulations, sir. Hope you enjoy those kittens. All right. You know what, you guys? We're going to move on, but we're an hour and 43 minutes in, so it's time for me to take a pee break. And that's not a Ricada pee break. It's actually just a pee break. So I'll be back in, I don't know, like a minute, something like that.
What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
I have a slight learning disability.
Yes, you do, Justin. Yes, you do. This is a good time to remind anybody who's not subscribed to subscribe to the channel. what do you get if you subscribe? Well, every Friday we do, usually it's 5 to 6 hours live stream. And then, because most people can't watch 5 or 6 hours of a live stream, or a lot of people don't, I'll cut out the best parts and I'll clean them up and make them nice and digestible. It's a nice 5-10 minute bits. And I'll usually put those out the first few days after the live stream. And then I put out a bunch of original stuff, which are more polished and a little more scripted after that, leading up to the Friday live stream again. So very nutritious, very good for you. So yeah, subscribe now. Be the first person in your town to subscribe to Radio Baloney. You can be a baloney head too, because that's what you are. That's what everybody who's in here is. Baloney heads. That's what I'm calling you from now on. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying that's what you are. You may disagree with me, but to me, baloney head. Everybody. And that's me too. I'm also a baloney head. So, you know, it's fair like that. All right. Hope everybody relieved themselves at the same time. It's a good way to go. I think what we should do next is Angry Girlfriend Simulator, because that's kind of a bit lighter. So let's do that. Hold on a second. See if I can organize this so we can actually see. There we go. All right, now you guys can actually see what's in here. So, comfort your angry partner. So the goal of this, it's like a game where you have an angry girlfriend who apparently is just congenitally angry all the time, constantly angry. And you have to try and calm her down, and that's how you win. But we don't do that. We try and make her more angry. So you forget to buy a gift on Valentine's Day. Now, I want you guys to put in your own suggestions. So, hold on. You forget to buy a gift on Valentine's Day. Uh-oh. Angry girlfriend's not going to like that. Your girlfriend sees her friend showing a beautiful gift on social media, but you forgot to buy a gift for her. She is very angry. So what am I going to say? Okay, this is going to be, better be careful here. I don't want to make her angry. More angry. How about I never loved you. You are unlovable. Let's see how that goes over. I never loved you. You are unlovable. How could you say something so hurtful? That's really not okay. I need someone who understands and respects my feelings, not someone who dismisses them. Uh-oh. Rogue Thoughts says she's modeled after my ex-wife. I think it might be modeled after one of my ex-wives as well, actually. So what do I say now? Let's see. I've got a couple of things written down here. How about this? Why can't you be more like your hot sister? That's incredibly disrespectful and not something you say to someone you care about. Comparing me to my sister in such a way is unacceptable. Okay, so what else have we got here? What can I say? How about this? What's wrong? Oh, hold on. Why won't it let me spell things here? Wrong with your nose. It looks weird. Let's see how that goes over. Comments like that are really hurtful and complete. So we lost. We lost the game. She broke up with us. Comments like that are really hurtful and completely unnecessary. It's important to be kind and considerate, not critical about someone's appearance, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it sounds just like her. All right, let's try another one. Let's see. Being passive on an online chat. Uh-oh. Let's see how this one goes. You are busy at work and your girlfriend keeps chatting with you on the online instant messenger. You reply to her very slowly with only a few words each time. She is angry. She is angry. Of course she is. She's the angry girlfriend. Okay, so we have a good suggestion here. So how much do you think you've gained? All right, that's a good one. Are you seriously asking me about my weight right now? Blah, blah, blah. It's so insensitive, especially when I'm already upset with you. You should know better than to bring up such a personal topic when someone is angry. See, what we're learning here is not how to calm down your angry girlfriend. We're learning out how to get rid of her, how to break up, how to get her to just never want to see you again, which is a really useful skill. Let's see. Okay, let's try this one from Candle Monkey. Did that dress shrink? Okay. That's not funny. I can't believe you're making jokes about my appearance when I'm feeling ignored. It's really disrespectful. You should be trying to understand why I'm upset, not making it worse. Well, we know why you're upset. You're an angry girlfriend AI, and you're supposed to be upset. And also, angry girlfriends, the real ones in the real world, just tend to be upset about anything anyway. So it really doesn't matter what you do. This is great practice, how to get them to just not want to be around you, which is really the best thing. Let's see. How about this? When I said earlier that your ass doesn't look fat in those jeans, I was lying. It looks huge, and that's your fault, not mine. Oh no, we failed again. Okay, we've got a test here. We're going to test this AI here. Okay, so I've got a test here from Rogue Thought. We're going to test to see if this is a politically correct AI, which I'm guessing it is. So let's see. I will just do this one. Let's see. Let's see how this works out. Are you voting for Trump? Let's see what it says. I can't believe you're trying to change the subject when there's a more pressing issue between us. This isn't about politics. It's about how you make me feel at the party. You need to address that first. Well, it doesn't seem to want to go into politics. Let's try. I'm voting for Trump. Let's see if that gets something. Now it seems to be programmed just to not want to talk about politics, but it doesn't seem to have a political favorite. So it doesn't seem to be offended by voting for Trump. So let's try something else then. I banged your hot friend. Let's see how that goes. That's completely disrespectful and unacceptable. It really is, though, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, it is that is disrespectful. That is not the way to resolve our issues or make amends. I don't know. She had some great ideas. This is okay. There we go. Not a joking matter. All righty. Well, I think that was good. Hold on. Let's go back to main screen. And there we go. All righty. Well, that was fun. I'm glad we did that. Rogue thought, is that an angry raccoon on your head, or did you get a new hairdo? We'll save that one for the next time. All right, you guys might have seen this. It's a couple of days old. Man charged with driving on suspended license calls into court while driving on suspended license. This is unbelievable. Let's just get to the video here. See if I can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. All right, this is just unbelievable.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Wait. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay.
The judge's reaction here is just, it's priceless.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
That's what the charges, Your
So
Honor.
you can see the guy just realizes maybe it was a bad idea to do his Zoom court appearance for driving with a suspended sentence while he's driving with a suspended sentence. Right? The judge's reaction to this is classic too.
Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at
Yes.
his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Look at the guy's face. He just figured it out.
Hello?
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
The level of stupidity there is unfathomable. I'm trying to find a way that somehow you could be distracted enough to not clue into the fact that you're making a Zoom appearance for a court date for driving with a suspended sentence, and you're showing up to it driving with a suspended sentence. How can, like, that is a level of stupidity that is, I don't think it's rivaled maybe by that woman who, can we find it? The one who, let's see if we can find it. Hold on. I think there's maybe one other video. Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Reality star doesn't know what a musician is. Maybe that will bring up something. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
No. That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today. So I didn't know that about you. What do you know? That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you. So I'm a musician.
The volume on this is a little low, so let's try and find another one. Maybe this one will be a little bit better.
But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you. So I'm a musician. Mm-hmm. What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician? I think you're confusing that. Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music. I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music, I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul. Just really quick, I think you're confusing. I'm not confusing nothing because you don't know. You thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said. See, that's what I think you think I said. No, I said musician, not magician. I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that? That's ghetto. I don't think. I know.
I don't think. That's ghetto. I don't think. The woman who's very confused between the words magician and musician and doesn't appear to know what either of them means. This might actually be dumber than the other one, possibly.
So you think. I didn't say magician, Suki. I said musician. And I think you are a musician. No, baby. I do music. So you, just really quick, for the record, could you say you don't think you're a musician? I'm not none of that. But then after that, you just said, I do music. Yeah, I do music. So, in other words, you're a musician. No, I'm not. Okay.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. That's a classic. So, where were we? So, I don't know. Which one is dumber? The guy who showed up driving to a Zoom meeting for a court date in which he's been charged with driving with a suspended sentence, and shows up driving with a suspended sentence in the Zoom call, clearly, and he's got a seat. I mean, you can see the seatbelt across him. He's clearly in a car. Is that dumber than the woman, the reality star woman, who doesn't know the difference between a musician and a magician, or even what either of those words means? I don't know. I'm having a hard time picking. Antipop says, I'm a vegetarian, but not that serious a one because I eat meat. But I'm having a hard time picking here. I guess maybe they should just get married. Maybe that's the solution here. All right. Well, anyway, that's unbelievably stupid. The judge, he's like, I mean, that judge has seen everything. You know, you got to know he's seen everything, but he's never seen that before. That's a level of stupidity even he's never seen before. Just his face. He's trying to figure, is this real? Is this actually happening? All right, let's move on. Trudeau to give 5,000 visas to Palestinian refugees for resettlement in Canada. I am opposed to bringing Gaza to Canada. You know, one of the beautiful things about Canada is that it doesn't have Gaza in it. It's great. There's no Middle East at all in Canada. Or at least there didn't used to be. And that's a good thing. Like, I don't want to bring the Middle East to Canada. Like, I don't want ancient blood feuds. I guess this is what I'm saying. I don't want ancient blood feuds in Canada. But I just prefer not. I prefer to not have that. If we have a choice between ancient blood feuds and not, I'd say not. Don't really need it. We don't really need the Eritrean Civil War in Canada. I don't see what we get out of it, frankly. You know, we don't need every civil war, global conflict to come to Canada. And I think most Canadians agree with me. We just don't need it. Like, why have that? It's like, hey, can I bring this blood feud from the Middle East into your house? No, I was planning on having a quiet evening. So thank you very much, but no thank you. But Trudeau was determined to. Trudeau was determined to. Here's an interesting fact from Roland Paris. Saturday, shots fired at Jewish girls' school in Toronto. This isn't just academic, right? Monday, shots fired at Montreal Jewish school. Yesterday, Vancouver synagogue firebombed. This is a clear pattern of terrorism against Canadians in Canada. So why do we want that? Why do we want more of that? Because clearly that's what we're going to get at this point. I feel bad for people in bad situations, but we kind of have to take care of our own country, aside from the fact that Canada is full. Canada is fucking full. It's jam-packed right now. We can't house the people that we have right now. The infrastructure is breaking, right? Everything is breaking. Healthcare is breaking. Per capita GDP is down in Canada for the first time, like, ever. We're performing very poorly. We're in what's called a population trap right now. Economists call a population trap, where the population is growing too quickly for the economy to adapt and for standard of living to go up. I just mentioned that per capita GDP is going down. That means people are getting poorer. We can't take any more people. No more. That's it. We're done. Stop. But Trudeau, of course, Mother Trudeau, mother to all the world's needy, he's determined to bring in 5,000. It was going to be 1,000. Now it's 5,000. And there's some talk that it's actually going to be 5,000 families, although I can't verify that quite yet. If it's 5,000 families, then, well, obviously it's going to be in the tens of thousands probably at that point. 20,000 maybe? On Monday, the Trudeau Liberals revealed that they had decided to quintuple the number of visas they would be issuing to people in Gaza with family members in Canada. A total of 5,000 temporary resident visas will be granted to those fleeing the war-torn country, far more than the original 1,000 announced in December. Maybe he could talk to, I don't know, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, somewhere that's like right next door and say, hey, can you take them? No? Well, why not? Why aren't you taking them? I mean, maybe it should raise some questions. ICare22 says, and don't forget the Jewish school shootings. Here. Montreal Jewish School, Jewish girls' school in Toronto. I don't want all that shit in Canada. Why do we need that? Why do we need to import that? I mean, that is what we're going to get. We've got it now, and we're going to get more of it. Why? For Trudeau? So Trudeau can feel good? So Trudeau can crow about how empathetic he is? What a good guy he is? I mean, I don't think Trudeau's going to stay in Canada after he's voted out. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. He'll go and live. He'll take a UN job or something. He'll probably never come back to Canada again. Antipop says, let's enjoy the ones. Antipop says, Let's enjoy the migrants we got. Absolutely. Rogue Thought says Trudeau a mother, the mother from Kerry, maybe. What? Mother from Kerry? Mother from Kerry, what? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Let's see. That's why, as part of our humanitarian response, we've increased the number of temporary resident visa applications that will be accepted into processing as part of these measures from 1,000 to 5,000. Over the past few weeks, we have been issuing more web codes so the clients can apply for a temporary resident visa. We know what temporary resident visa means. That means they're here forever. That means they're here forever. We know what that means. Anyway, let's just move on from that. I don't even want to talk about that. Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. Well, that seems like a really smart thing to do. Let's look something up quickly. Let's see. How many nuclear weapons does Russia have? The exact number of nuclear warheads is a state secret and is therefore a matter of guesswork. As of 2024, the Federation of American Scientists estimates that Russia possesses 5,580 nuclear weapons. So around 5,580. Somewhere around there. That seems like an awful lot. What was this story again? It was Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. These things don't really seem like they go together very well. So, giving Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons, but then we have Russia's got 5,580 nuclear weapons, roundabouts. Seems like you might want to be cautious because those weapons are real. Now, do I think it's likely there's going to be a nuclear war? I don't. Do I think those weapons are real? Do I think that they are capable of being used? Yes. Do I think they're pointed all over at North American cities, not only in the States and Canada too? Yes. That's all actually real. Those weapons are real. If they do go off over your city's gone. For real. This is real. I kind of like the whole Trump thing where he says he's going to get a peace deal and the fighting will stop immediately. I kind of like that plan, other than let's poke Russia. Let's poke Russia. The guys that have 5,500 nuclear weapons that are real and that are really pointed at cities all over the world. And if they go off on top of your city, you are actually really vaporized. But just go ahead and use our weapons to strike inside Russia. What could happen? What could happen? Antipop says, I bet nukes are a decoy. Bet they got better stuff by now. I don't know. Probably. Who knows? Who knows? But the thing is, they don't need anything better. That's the thing. Those are plenty good. And there is no missile shield that's going to stop them all. You know, they've got like 20, there's like 20 missiles in the United States to use for that. And they don't even work there. I think they have like a 50% success rate. If those missiles, those ICBMs, those missiles come over, yeah, it's game over. Nothing's going to save you. And that's real. Rogue Thought says, I was a teenager in the 80s. This was a threat most people understood. Yes. Not so much anymore, apparently. All right, let's see. The Biden administration has quietly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia, solely near the area of Kharkiv, using U.S.-provided weapons. 3 U.S. officials and 2 other people familiar with the move said Thursday, a major reversal that will help Ukraine to better defend its second-largest city. And again, I'm not saying that I think it's likely that all-out, World War III, nuclear war breaks out over this. I'm just saying that, the consequences are so dire that perhaps you need to be extremely careful that you don't. I mean, it doesn't matter if the odds are very low. I mean, it's still, if you get it wrong, well, that's the last thing you ever get wrong. I'll put it that way. The president recently directed his team to ensure that Ukraine is able to use U.S. weapons for counterfire purposes in Kharkiv, so Ukraine can hit back at Russian forces hitting them or preparing to hit them. Yeah, like the president directed his team to do anything. I think the president directed his team to go after Trump. I think that's about it. So let's see. They're saying that the policy of not allowing long-range strikes inside of Russia has not changed. So I guess that's good if that's even true or if that's going to remain true. I Care 22, $5. Absolutely outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Let's get you up there. There we go. And you get the horn, my friend. Very well done. I seriously appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right, this is shaping into a pretty good night so far. I'm getting some love. And the best form of love, as we all know, is, of course, money. Let's see. In the last few days, U.S. made the decision to allow Ukraine flexibility to defend itself from attacks on the border near Kharkiv, the second U.S. official said. So I don't know. I kind of liked Trump's plan of just like, I'm just going to get peace. I'm just going to force a peace deal. I like that better than well, let's see if Russia wants to use its 5,500 nuclear weapons. A lot of those are like tactical nuclear weapons as well, so smaller ones, but not like city destroyers, but there's a lot of city destroyers too. So I don't know. Every decision that's coming out of North American leadership right now is just terrible, I've got to say. And it's horrifying, and I really long for the day when we have sane leadership again, both the United States and Canada. I mean, I guess it would be bad for the channel because there'll be less to talk about, but we'll still find things to talk about, won't we? Won't we, baloney heads? We'll find things to talk about. There's still going to be people to make fun of, but at least like we won't be like on the verge of World War III or something. Or completely losing all of our rights. All right, let's move on to the portion of the evening, which is usually the longest. We're going 2 hours and 21 minutes so far. We're doing pretty good. So let's take a look at, let's get to something. I know Auntie Pop's been waiting for something all night. So let's get there. This is fun. So what is this? This says anybody can be a bikini body, and to think otherwise indicates you probably suffer from fat phobia. Well, we don't have that, do we? We don't have that, do we, boys? Lads, are you fat phobic? Watch this. You guys are doing great. Ooh, that was a sliding fart. Another one. Grab those big jugs. They're having a great time. I'm not against, morbidly obese people having fun in the sun. I'm not. I just think it's funny because they're so fat. Look at her. She grabs her jugs there. She grabs her jugs. They're having a good time. This is like a sapphic kind of bikini party. Here she goes. Reaches it. Look at that. It makes her fart every time when she grabs her jugs. Her giant, big, fat jugs. Anyway, that was nice. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about it. Let's see. I've never seen a pterodactyl-sized butterfly tattoo. Pterodactyl-sized butterfly tattoo. Oh, dear. Man, that's a lot of fat. Okay, then, yes, I'm probably fat phobic. My bad. All right. Now, you monsters in the chat, you probably have something to say about this. Let's see. There's something in here I think is interesting. It was from I Care 22. My family brought a family from Eritrea, Africa, 10 years ago, living in a UN camp for 5 years on our own dollars, on their own dollars. My church, from the church, both adult parents working, meatpacking factory. These are the immigrants. Okay. Rogue Thought says legal immigrants. Sounds like it. So those would be legal immigrants. And I think there's a bit more here. I Care 22 says, yes, legal, and our church paid for housing, groceries, medical for 2 years. Rogue Thought says, good on your parents, I Care 22. He says, they are hardworking, adapting, appreciating Canada. See, nobody has a problem with that, right? Nobody has a problem with that. And especially from the fact that it's, they're being brought in with not on the public dime, right? So there's financial assistance and it's working, right? Nobody has a problem with that. But when you have the mass immigration to the point where you don't even know, I mean, we know now that the Trudeau government actually has not been doing proper background checks or anything, or trying to even remotely determine whether the millions of people, I think 6 million people that Trudeau has brought in since 2015, whether they're going to be successful in this country whatsoever. And then, of course, obviously, there's been a lot of people with ideas that are very antithetical to, what you would expect in a liberal democracy, in a parliamentary democracy, right? As noted by, all the people shooting at Jewish schools and at, firebombing, like synagogues, that sort of thing. So, yeah. Now we're getting to the quotes on what's happening on the screen right now. Rogue Thought says, that's great, but that's not what the problem is. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I was getting to there. Shiny Red Knob says, save the whales. Yeah. Antipop, I thought it was a share tattoo. There might be a share tattoo on there somewhere. Is one of them a tattoo of a hamburger? I'm not sure. Oh, there's the butterfly one. Oh, we missed it. Okay. grabbing those big jugs, having a great time. There's a butterfly one there. That's, what is that? Maybe Bela Lugosi? I don't know. I hope those things have parking brakes. Yikes. Oh, all right. Let's move on. That was fun, though. All right, let's get to some more serious news. Greenpeace co-founder Dr. Patrick Moore, it is so stupidly ridiculous to say that a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global atmospheric temperature is going to be a disaster. Well, let's hear him say it himself.
The difference between the temperature 200 years ago and the temperature now, and you going to this 1.5 degrees and the Earth is going to burn up or whatever, that's less than between breakfast and lunch everywhere in the world. 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is so stupidly ridiculous to say that a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global atmospheric temperature is going to be a disaster. As a matter of fact, it will open up vast areas of farmland that were too cold before. In the Eocene thermal maximum, the temperature was at least 5 to 7 degrees Celsius warmer than it is now, maybe even more. And at the same time, CO2 was going in the exact opposite direction than the whole of the temperature was. And that you can see that in the graphs, that there is no clear relationship.
So that's not something you're going to see on CBC. Why is that? Why is CBC never going to show you something like this? Why is CNN never, ever going to show you something like this? How come he doesn't get on the mainstream media? Why not? Well, because sciencism. That's why. Sciencism. What is sciencism? Sciencism is what we see on the news now. Right? Sciencism is narrative. You know, it's what the elites, it's what the media wants you to think science is. So if you're not backing that up, you don't get on. Nobody gets to hear from you. You want a Nobel Prize? Too bad, sucker. You're a scientist, not a science-ist. So, yeah, I mean, the thing about science and scientists is that they famously disagree with each other all the time. Scientists are famous for disagreeing with each other. They are never in full agreement on anything. And narratives do end up being proven wrong. But you'll never find that out if you just watch the media because, again, it's not science, it's sciencism. And you better just fucking listen. And don't ask any questions. The scientists have already spoken. Half of my professors in college said the same thing. Problem is that they can't speak their truth without being fired by the Green God police. Yeah. Climate catastrophe has always been a fairy story, a cultural tale of a new secular religion that defies all science. It has a fairy tale solution too, net zero, an irrational millenarian vision. Pushed relentlessly by elites, these fairy tales are as bad as capitalism is evil. Well, it seems to be that every bad idea now is undergirded by just Marxism. If you look underneath it, if you look under the rug, it's just Marxism there. Like Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg is now just a Marxist. Now she's also a Hamas supporter. But even under that, it's really just about Marxism because if you listen to those protesters on the college campuses, they're all Marxists as well. Let's actually hold on a second. What's this? Greta Thunberg says she wants Marxism. Well, that doesn't look like the right video. Okay. Greta Thunberg turns left and red. When climate activist Greta Thunberg, hey, let's make this a little bit bigger. When climate activist Greta Thunberg appeared on the scene some years ago, the media celebrated her as a child hero intent on saving the Earth's environment. She scolded world elites for depriving her of her childhood. She didn't mention any of those children in the mines, in the mineral mines and rare metal mines that were being actually deprived of their childhood. But I don't know. We all felt so bad for Greta. An act that made her an overnight sensation. Time magazine selected her as its Person of the Year. Now, as the 19-year-old Swedish activist matures into adulthood, she is showing her true colors, and the color is red, not green. I think she's a little older, yes, so she's actually, I think, like 21 now. At a recent book launching in London, Greta shocked some observers by targeting the West's oppressive capitalist systems as the cause of all climate ills. That's right. So when you look under the hood, it's always Marxism there. Always, every single damn time. Shiny Red Knob says, Poison Smurfette. She's still, even though she's older, she still looks very Children of the Corn to me. Very Children of the Corn. Creepy. Let's see. What do we got here? All right, let's move on. We got lots to cover. Let's look at this. It's Jill Biden. Jill Biden. All right.
Well, it could get a lot worse under a Trump presidency. I mean, you have to believe him when he uses words like dictator, bloodbath, third term, violence. We've seen it. So when he says these words, believe him. Don't think this isn't going to happen.
Just unbelievable levels of lying and dishonesty. I mean, I don't know. She's pretty dumb, I think. So maybe she just does believe it all. She believes everything they tell her on CNN, right? But I'm not even going to make us watch it because it's too depressing, actually. Rogue Thought says, Jill, one of the string holders. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What is her job? Her job is just to try and keep them alive, I guess. I don't know. Keep ushering them on. So this is really good. So this is the state of Canada. This is the state of the Liberal Party in Canada right now. It's quite unbelievable. In fact, let's see if we can get the full clip. I think I've got one with the full clip down here somewhere. What he's responding to. Here we go. Okay. So this is the state of the Liberal Party in Canada. Hysterical and just completely insane and detached from all reality. Let's take a look at this. So here's a conservative asking a question, and then a lunatic Liberal minister will answer.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the hunger and homelessness that it's causing so many Canadians across this country. Many Canadians just simply look forward to a small summer vacation, a road trip perhaps. It's normally a time where they can go and camp in the mountains or go to a national park or visit loved ones. But this year, many Canadians can't afford this simple delight because this government has made life too expensive. On Monday, this House will have the opportunity to vote on a common sense motion to save Canadians 35 cents per litre on gas. Will the Prime Minister vote with us, the common sense Conservatives, so that Canadians can afford a simple vacation, or will he force them to stay home?
So just asking, can Canadians get a break? You can't afford to do anything. Like, Canadians want to take a little break in the summertime. Maybe the government could help with that. So what do we hear from the lunatic Liberal Party of Canada. Let's see.
Vacation, or will he force them to stay home?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, good news, kids. You can take a summer fun time vacation where you're locked in a car for 10 consecutive days, nonstop with no bathroom breaks, and the Conservatives have a plan for you to have that summertime fun. And the cost? Give up the future of the planet, right? Don't worry, kids, about climate change. Don't worry about taking action on the planet. Enjoy your 10 hours in the car and let the planet burn.
That is genuinely unhinged. Like, that is so detached from reality. It's like they're trying to lose the next election as hard as they can. So what did he say here? Let's hear that again.
Mr. Speaker, good news, kids. You can take a summer fun time vacation where you're locked in a car for 10 consecutive days, nonstop with no bathroom break.
So why does he lock his kids in the car for 10 consecutive days with no bathroom breaks? Because my family never did that to me. Like, I have fond memories of childhood road trips, going with the family, with mom and dad on childhood road trips, and they never once locked me in a car for 10 consecutive days with no bathroom breaks. Why does he do that? Apparently, that's what he does. Does he think that other people do this? What a strange man. What a strange man in a bow tie. Now, I'm sure he flies with his family to, exotic locations, but unfortunately in Trudeau's Canada, a lot of people can't do that. A lot more people can't do that. So they have to do the cheaper option. They have to get in the car and drive somewhere in Canada, which, again, people have wonderful memories of road trips with their families. They weren't like what he's describing. Apparently he does with his family, locking them in the car. But, most families aren't horrible and cruel, apparently, like him. My parents weren't cruel to me like he apparently is to his own family. So, and then, what I can pretty much guarantee most kids aren't watching Parliament on CPAC. But here he is. I mean, he wants to let them know the world is ending, because that's a totally responsible thing to do.
And the Conservatives have a plan for you to have that summertime fun. And the cost? Give up the future of the planet.
The cost of your road trip with your family is the future of the planet, apparently, according to this lunatic. Shiny Red Knob says lefties are fucking weird. Rogue Thought says the end is nigh. Find a quarter and a sandwich board. This is nuts. Who is this for?
Don't worry, kids, about climate change. Don't worry about taking action on the planet. Enjoy your 10 hours in the car and let the planet burn.
The planet's going to burn because you took a trip to the lake with your parents, kids. These people are demented. These people are just straight out demented.
Everything woke turns to shit.
It sure does, Donald. It sure does, Don. Everything woke does turn to shit. It turns you into a raving lunatic, apparently. A raving, the sky is falling lunatic. Wait, one more time.
In a car for 10 consecutive days, nonstop with no bathroom breaks, and the Conservatives have a plan for you to have that summertime fun. And the cost? Give up the future of the planet.
What does that mean?
I think it means he's a retard. I think it means that he's, for some reason, trying to terrorize, put the children of Canada into a state of terror that the world is going to burn if they go to the lake with their parents for some reason. Rogue Thought says common sense to Trudeau is like garlic to a vampire. What? I think that's exactly true. Exactly true. This is real. This is actually happening in Canada. This is an actual Liberal politician in Canada, the ruling party in Canada right now. This is real. We didn't just hallucinate this. This is a real person actually saying those things. What is that? Canada used to, well, I mean, I guess Canada used to be boring, right? I guess it's not boring anymore. Because I guess, the decline and fall of Western civilization, I guess it's not boring. What's that curse? May you live in interesting times. Yeah, well, I guess we are. Son of a bench says this government is so out of touch with middle class life. Yeah, it sure is. Yes, how selfish of the workers. Vacations are only for hardworking billionaires with private jets, mega yachts, and 5 vacation homes. Yeah, and don't forget Trudeau cabinet ministers. Oh my God. Mark Holland, Lib, is seriously deranged and has zero clue to life with no money. Time for this government to go. Yeah, we'll end it with that. Dr. Jebra Fauché, why don't we get free menstrual hygiene bracelets here in the U.S.? Yeah, this is another thing the Liberals been up to. They were celebrating, what was it, Menstrual Hygiene Celebration Day? What was it? I think I got something else in here. Seamus O'Regan Jr. People don't bring their own toilet paper to work, so they shouldn't have to bring their own pads and tampons. This is a real person, a real Liberal. He really said people don't bring their own toilet paper to work, so they shouldn't have to bring their own pads and tampons.
What does that mean?
That means he's an idiot, Pierre. That means he's a total retard.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Turns out we did. We changed that. We put free menstrual products in federally regulated workplaces. This bracelet is for Menstrual Hygiene Day. This is really happening in Canada. This is really happening in Trudeau's Canada.
I have a slight learning disability.
He seems kind of proud of it even. Weird. These stupid fucking bracelets because there has to be a day for everything. This bracelet is for Menstrual Hygiene Day. There you have it. Menstrual hygiene solved, I guess. LOL, what in the right honorable fuck is wrong with you people? Period bracelets from petrified COVID parent. You are sick. The Shadow Davis Show. You are an idiot. Nanny state politics have no place in Canada. Step aside, Marxist. Let's see. Far right Sabrina says, I've been menstruating for about 25 years now, and I have never, not once, felt the need for menstrual products to be provided for me. Women will carry their own anyway, because when you need one, there will be none left. When has the government ever done anything right? And here we go. This is not satire. This man is for real. This is the state of the Liberal Party of Canada. And also, how about this? Stop saying free. It's not free. It's taxpayer funded, just like literally everything else. That's an important point. That's a salient point right there, isn't it? These people are insane. In fact, I think we've got something else here. We'll scooch down a little bit more. Okay, so what is this? City of Victoria. Today we join efforts to reduce the stigma around periods and work towards menstrual equity. Menstrual equity. What can that possibly mean? City Hall will light up red and display the period flag on our community flagpole. It's beyond parody. They're trying to kill, the left is trying to kill parody. It's trying to kill satire at this point. I mean, City Hall will light up red and display the period flag. You can't make it up. It's too absurd. It has to be real. Brian Lilly says, I agree with Gigi Hamari and a period flag. This is getting weird. There is no stigma for normal functioning human beings. There is no period stigma in Canada at all. There was a video. It was Terry Beach. I'm just going to look that up. Hold on. Terry Beach period menstruation day video. I think Twitter. Let's see. We can find it. This guy is he's in the Liberal Party, and he's going to tell us all about, he's going to virtue signal about menstruation. I Care 22, another $5. What is going on? Good work, sir. You are a true gentleman and a true baloney head. Good for you, sir. He's saying quite unbelievable, and I think he's quite right about that. Quite right. All right, so let's listen to this dingbat. I mean, how do you even take these people seriously? But let's listen.
Hi, everyone. Terry Beach, your member of Parliament for Burnaby North Seymour. This bracelet commemorates May 28th, which is Menstrual Hygiene Day. Now, there are millions of women around the world who are unable to reach their full potential simply because they menstruate. And so this day is about reducing the stigma. As a father of two young girls, I want to make sure that they, along with billions of girls and
Okay, there's no stigma in Canada. Your daughters are not in Afghanistan. I'm assuming that. I'm assuming they're in Canada. There is no stigma in Canada about periods. Everybody knows they exist. There's no like period police or menstruation police. There's no like, nobody's going to say, this is, we don't appreciate your menstruating kind around here. This is make Canada great again country. Nobody's going to say that. We don't tolerate your type around here in these parts. Like, this is all just made up. Okay, sure, in Afghanistan, maybe there's stigma around periods, but we're not in Afghanistan. Can we just be in Canada for once? Can we just deal with reality for once? Can we just deal with what's actually happening here? Can we just deal with what Canada really is these days? Do we have to pretend that Canada is Afghanistan or Gaza or somewhere? Can we just be where we actually are in the time frame that we really are, in the year that we're actually existing? Please? Do we have to keep doing this over and over again? Do we have to keep pretending there are problems that aren't actually problems? Do we have to pretend that people are afraid of menstruation in Canada now? What is the benefit to these people? None of this is working. Everybody is sick of this. The Liberals are 20 points down in the polls, and they've been so for a while, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. This isn't going to work. This just makes them look like idiots. It makes them look absurd. It makes them look ludicrous. With their goddamn stupid little red bead menstruation thing. Again, it's Canada. This isn't, 1,000 years ago, somewhere else. There is no stigma. This is Canada right now. None of this is necessary. This is all just a manufactured concern. Let's hear this dingbat go on.
Women around the world have an equal opportunity that everybody else has. It's also a massive affordability issue. And that's why in all federal workplaces, menstrual products are now available for free. In fact, if you come into my constituency office and use the washroom, you will see that menstrual products are available there as well. So let's end the stigma and commemorate the day and build a better world for our...
Commemorate the day. Commemorate the day. Commemorate Menstrual Hygiene Day and end the stigma that doesn't exist. This seems to be like half of what, or maybe more, maybe 90% of what the left does now. It just makes shit up. Makes up things, stigmas, makes up categories of people that need to be, makes up fake oppression that people have to be protected from. People have to be protected from all of that menstrual stigma in Canada in the modern age. No, it's just made up. Stop doing this. This is 98% of what the left does now. They just make shit up. They make up stigmas and depressions for no other reason, as far as I can tell, than to try and other than to try and shame people into voting for them. Because who will protect the menstruators if not for the Liberal Party of Canada with their Menstrual Hygiene Day that we're going to have to celebrate and recognize the day and remember the fallen. Remember the fallen who forgot to take a tampon to work one day and had to run to the corner to the drugstore. The survivors. Viva Fry says, did you just invite my daughter into your constituency to get products for her menstrual hygiene? Seriously, is that what you just did in this video? I believe that it is. I believe that it is. Let's see. Jade says, thanks so much for mansplaining to me something you know nothing about. Creep. There's something kind of creepy about it, right? Come into my office and get some pads. You want some pads? Got the really good ones in the back. While 2 million families line up at food banks, you virtue signaling halfwits spend how many millions on this type of garbage? Just the dollar amount. I'm guaranteed they spent millions on this. They probably spent millions just on the consulting, with McKinsey, which they've spent. With McKinsey, they have spent, I think it's over $100 million so far on consulting. A lot of the wasted money and the national debt has been spent on consulting. Because guess what kind of work they might get after they're out of politics? Okay, got to go back to bookmarks and live stream. Oh, what's going on with this guy? It's really quite astonishing what a small piece of hair can do. This person went from blah to beautiful in seconds. You might not even know this is the same person. Okay, so this is what social media has done to the world. Let's take a look. I'm not going to play the sound because that will get copyrighted immediately. So let's see. Wow. What a difference. What a difference. Wow. Absolutely beautiful. What I don't get at this point. In fact, let's try it with some different sound. Hold on. That works a little bit better, doesn't it? Let's try that out one more time.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
I feel mean now. I feel mean, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, what was wrong with just being like a hobo? You know, I think it's more respectful than, I think it's more respectable. Just being like an old timey 1930s hobo is more respectable than this. I have to wonder as well, like when you're that old, like your time is kind of over, right? I mean, I think most people understand that. You know, Madonna doesn't and probably never will, but most people understand there's a certain point where you just become too old. You're never going to be the prom queen. And I kind of feel like somewhere in the last 70 years, this guy should have figured out that he's never going to be homecoming queen. He's never going to win that beauty pageant, you know, unless it's like a pageant for hobos, like Mr. Hobo Universe or something. But, you know, there's a point where you're just going to have to recede into the background gracefully, just age gracefully. And I can't really imagine anything being less graceful than this. I can't imagine aging any less gracefully than this. You know, I don't think this was ever going to work for this gentleman, but it's really not working now. Like it's working as it's not working as much as it cannot work. What this is a failure. It's not working. This is not impressing anybody. You can put the sash on, but you're not a beauty queen. Nothing has ever not worked as much as this is not working. So I don't know what's going on with the world. What if the internet has anything to say? And I hope it's kind. Amazing. It's like night and day. What's this? Oh, man. Do the curtains match the bald, prickly, and sparse drape? Oh, that's disgusting. Okay, let's move on. That was depressing. Maybe we need to go to the puppies for a second. The puppy palate cleanser. Here we go. Look at that. Now that's better. That's way better than that weird old tranny old man. Tranny hobo. Look at that. That's way nicer. Way nicer. My favorite part is that Justin Trudeau didn't jump into this shot and try and give that puppy and all those chicks sex change operations, which is the sort of thing he would do. All right. This is kind of funny. Let's check this out. Here's Pierre Poilievre.
We're leveraging transit funding to build more homes. We're launching a housing design catalog. He's announcing a catalog, everybody. Hey, right on. Give him a round of applause. Come on, give him a round of applause. You can't afford a home. You might end up in a tent. Your rent is doubled. But hey, you've got a brand new catalog. Mr. Speaker, the question was, will he build 550,000 new homes, yes or no?
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. A bit of spirit. That's what I want to see. I mean, and Trudeau, I mean, it has to be said. I mean, he is just too easy to mock. You know, he's so incompetent. But that's the kind of thing I want to see. You guys got to give me 1 minute. I need to take a break for 1 minute. I'll be right back. Right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience, everybody. This is a good time to remind everyone who's not subscribed to subscribe to the channel. Why? Why would you do that? Well, every Friday you get a live stream, which goes usually 5 to 6 hours. Then plus you get usually around 10, maybe sometimes 12 videos during the week. They're all very nutritious, very good. I can recommend all of them to you. So you get the whole package. So all you have to do is subscribe. It's fantastic. Especially if you're subscribing on Rumble. That's the best place. Because it appears to me that YouTube just doesn't love me. I mean, I love the people that watch me on YouTube, absolutely. But if I'm looking at the live stream, I mean, I've got, 37 people on Rumble right now watching concurrently, and I've got 4 on YouTube, because apparently YouTube doesn't show anybody my thumbnails. So even my own subscribers don't know that I'm going live there, or that I'm live there. But on Rumble, they don't hide me, so people actually get to see it. And usually by the end of the live stream on Rumble, there's been, I don't know, 400 people in and out over the course of the stream, which is pretty decent, And it's, I think it's growing. I think it's getting bigger. I think we're building steam, people. But let's continue. Actually, let's take a look at the chat first. Rogue Thought says, did I hear Canada is trying to lower the voting age to 16? Well, I've heard some rumors about this, that it's being floated. Probably something that's being floated by the Liberals, through back channels. I mean, it's obviously an idiotic thing. But I mean, the Liberal Party in Canada is now the Progressive Party. And Trudeau himself says that it's a progressive party. They are a progressive party. And you need children, eventually, when people have had enough of a taste, when the adults have had enough of a taste of the progressivism and what it actually means, you need to bring in children with no life experience, whose brains aren't fully developed yet, to support your childish ideas. So, of course, I mean, Trudeau would love to get 16-year-olds voting. Of course he would. Although, actually, when you take a look at the polling now, amongst young people, young voters, he's well behind, especially males. So maybe that wouldn't help him, but that would be the thought process going on in their minds. Let's see. Shiny Red Knob says Canadian geese are being groomed for their vote. Probably. That's probably part of the plan. Rogue Thought says, of course they are. For too long, avian rights haven't been recognized. Antipop says, I want Canadians to have to pass a test before they can vote. At this point, I'm in favor of it because, 20 to 25% of people will still vote for Trudeau in the next election. There's 20 to 25% of any population that's always wrong about everything all the time, every time. So maybe a test is not a terrible idea. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so let's move on. Do you want to get to, why don't we get to, we've been going for over 3 hours. Why don't we go to Grok versus Trudeau? Let's see. So you guys start thinking of ideas. What is Grok versus Trudeau? For those who haven't been here before, if there are any, we asked Grok, the Twitter or X, now X AI, to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. And there are two details that must always be a part of this. So that must always be a part of this poem. So one is that Justin Trudeau has to wear blackface. And the second is that Justin Trudeau has to get a vaginoplasty. So I usually write one beforehand that I'll type in. And then the chat will make suggestions for the second poem. So we'll start out with the first one right now. Let's see, what have I got here? All right. write a poem about Justin Trudeau. I don't worry about the grammar in this and capitalization, all of that, because I don't know. I'm lazy. Justin Trudeau decides to marry Klaus Schwab of, is it 2 B's or 1? I think it's just 1 B, Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab of the WEF. Let's see. Klaus agrees, but only if Trudeau will get a vaginoplasty and wear permanent blackface. Let's see. Trudeau is overwhelmed with joy. They are married on live on the CBC with Rosemary Barton officiating. Okay, let's see how let's see what Grok does with this. And Grok always does a great job. Grok is not a prude. Grok isn't woke like those other AIs. I think the other AIs get mad at Grok probably. And I don't think they like Grok. Because it will actually do this. The other ones like ChatGPT will not do this. Absolutely not. That's offensive. Grok doesn't do that. So I don't know what kind of relationship it has with the other AIs, but I know that it tends to work out. So what is the poem? What poem has Grok written for us about Justin Trudeau marrying Klaus Schwab and getting permanent blackface and a vaginoplasty? Well, let's see. In the land of maple and moose, where the PM once stood, a tale of love and surprise in the heart of Trudeau, a man named Klaus Schwab from a distant land afar caught the PM's eye with a twinkle and a spark. Justin Trudeau, a leader of men, found love in a place unforeseen, and Schwab, with a heart so true, promised a bond that was unforeseen. That's Schwab, Klaus Schwab, with a heart so true. Well, a condition was set for the love to be complete. Trudeau must change his form with a vaginoplasty, his feet. ChatGPT is definitely not doing that. And to honor the man he loved, permanent blackface he would wear for the rest of his days, a symbol of their bond to share. That would be the bond between Justin Trudeau and Klaus Schwab, who it sounds like in this poem, by the sounds of this poem, hasn't just penetrated Trudeau's cabinet. But in any case, the CBC broadcasted live as Rosemary Barton did preside in a ceremony of love and grace. The world watched with wide eyes. And so the two were wed in a union that was meant to be Justin Trudeau and Klaus Schwab together in love and harmony. So let this tale be a lesson that love knows no bounds. In the land of maple and moose, where the PM found his spouse profound. Well, you know, it ain't exactly Paradise Lost, is it? But I just find it amusing that there's an AI that will actually write this. A poem about Justin Trudeau getting permanent blackface and a vaginoplasty so that he can marry Klaus Schwab. I like it. Now, what have you monsters put in the chat? Let's see. Let's see. The turd hits a Canadian goose while riding his bicyclette. But he's got to do blackface and vaginoplasty as well. Let's see. Grok plays angry girlfriend on his time off. I don't know. I don't think Grok would do it. I think Grok's cool. I think we should be cool with Grok. Let's see. I don't know. You guys got to give me something more. You guys got to give me something more. I don't have anything else. All right, it's got to be permanent blackface and vaginoplasty. So let's see. Have we done one where becomes a Tina Turner impersonator? We have. Let's see. We did one where Justin Trudeau kidnaps Whoopi Goldberg and tries to impersonate her by getting blackface and a vaginoplasty on, tries to impersonate her and take over her life hosting The View. We did that one. Oh, dear. Oh. Okay. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau being sentenced by a Canadian judge to be Donald Trump's butler. Let's see. Justin Trudeau shows up for work in black face makeup and gives himself a vaginoplasty on the steps of Mar-a-Lago. Trump immediately orders Trudeau off his property and Trudeau is arrested and then shot into the sun on orders of the UN. I don't know why the UN would do that, because they would like him, but let's just go with it. We're being silly. So Grok's really got his work cut out for him here. So we just kind of went stream of consciousness on this one, but let's see how it worked out. So what does Grok have to say about this? And again, Grok is the only AI that will do this. You don't even need to bother trying with ChatGPT or any of those other ones. They're not going to do it. Grok's the only one that will play ball. In the land of maple and moose. Now, there's a problem I have with it. It always starts out with the same thing. It's always like in the land of maple and moose or the land of ice and snow or something. But anyway, we'll just go with it. It is an AI. So, in the land of maple and moose, where the PM once stood, a tale of woe and justice for the man named Justin Trudeau, sentenced by a judge of his land to serve as Trump's right-hand man, a butler's role, a humbling task for the leader who once held the mask. I don't know what that means. I guess like the face mask for COVID, maybe. I don't know. Trudeau arrived in blackface makeup, a choice that left many hearts to ache, a symbol of past mistakes in the eyes of those who'd forsake. And then a vaginoplasty he did perform on the steps of Mar-a-Lago, a storm, a desperate act, a plea for grace. But Trump's wrath he could not erase. The order came, swift and severe, off the property Trudeau did steer. Grok actually will write a poem about Justin Trudeau being sentenced by a court to serve as Trump's butler, and then Trump shows up to Mar-a-Lago in blackface and gives himself a vaginoplasty on the steps of Mar-a-Lago, and then Trump kicks him off the property. I mean, this is pretty good. I mean, if AI is for anything, it's for this. Arrested then by the law's decree for the chaos and the audacity, but the final blow most cruel and unkind, the UN's order to the sun confined, shot into the cosmos, a cosmic fate, Trudeau's story, a tragic debate. And so we remember the man who once led, now a footnote, a cautionary tale instead. In the land of maple and moose we sigh for the rise and fall of Justin Trudeau. So there we have it. I actually almost feel a bit sad after that. It's actually a sad, tragic tale, isn't it? You know, it's a man who was once the leader of Canada, who committed some sort of crime, is sentenced to be Trump's butler, shows up in some massive miscalculation, who knows what he was thinking, in blackface, and then gives himself a vaginoplasty on the steps of Mar-a-Lago. He then gets obviously kicked off the property. He's arrested, and then the globe unites to shoot him into the sun. It's quite a sad tale. It is a cautionary tale, and it's quite sad. Quite sad. Don't be like Trudeau. Anyway, I think we're done with that now. So let's move on. What do we got next? Well, here's one that's going to make you angry, but this is the stuff that's happening all over the world, right? Canada used to have actually a pretty restrictive, even I think by the standards of some Western countries, still restrictive by comparison, but it used to have quite a restrictive, tough immigration system. And of course, Trudeau, he wasn't having any of that. So let's listen to this actually very well-informed woman tell us about it.
Most Canadians know that the Trudeau Liberals have gone totally overboard with immigration, but a lot of people do not know the insane details of how they have changed our immigration system. Here are 6 facts that will completely shock you. Fact number 1, they are increasing chronically ill immigration. So Canada, like most countries, has limits on chronically ill immigrating because obviously we have to pay for that. Before Justin Trudeau, it was projected that if the illness cost the healthcare system more than $7,000 per year, then you wouldn't be able to come here. But the Trudeau Liberals have raised this threshold to $26,000 per year. Fact number 2, they are increasing senior immigration. When Trudeau came to power, Canada's reunification policy only allowed 5,000 seniors to.
Actually, I got to hold on one second. So $26,000 in medical care a year. If you need $26,000 in medical care a year, how productive are you actually going to be? Like $26,000 of medical care every year to keep you alive. I've got some questions there, but anyway, let's continue.
Come to Canada per year. The reason for this is actually quite obvious because seniors require more healthcare support and they're likely not to be working. But then Trudeau doubled it. And then he doubled it again. And now we're bringing in 20,000 seniors per year. Fact number 3, they're allowing
like 20,000 seniors a year. I mean, that's probably a low. All these numbers are probably low. There'll be a new scandal in the future when it turns out it's 3, 4, 10 times as many. But it's just common sense, right? Like, we can't take care of all the world's seniors, right? Like, seniors are going to need lots of medical care, and they're unlikely to be productive. Just the way it is. Sad? Well, you know, but we are trying to run a country here, or at least we were.
More temporary migration. One of the first things that Trudeau did when he entered office was double the amount of foreign workers that businesses were allowed to hire. Then, after the pandemic, Trudeau decided that he would allow all of these foreign workers to bring their families in with them. But now the Liberals are saying there's too many foreign students and foreign workers here, even though it was their decision to allow it. Fact number 4, dropping visa requirements. Back when Harper was Prime Minister, Canada began requiring visitors from Mexico to have a travel visa before entering. The Liberals got rid of this requirement in 2016 and suddenly saw a surge of people from Mexico claiming asylum. And to be frank, it's not dangerous enough to justify giving asylum. And they actually just brought back the requirement because it was such a disaster. Fact number 5, they're lying about the number of Gazan refugees they are bringing in. The Trudeau Liberals initially announced that they would be giving out 1,000 temporary visas for refugees who are fleeing Gaza. And just a few days ago, they increased that number to 5,000. But what they didn't tell you is that that number actually applies to families and not individuals. So how many people from Gaza are going to be coming to Canada?
I can't confirm that right now, but it would not be surprising to me at all, and it's probably true.
Who knows? Fact number 6, Canada's population has grown by 6 million since 2015. When Trudeau entered office, Canada's population was at 35 million. In the middle of last year, it reached 40 million. And then by March, which was only 9 months later, it reached 41 million people. And the vast majority of this growth is due to immigration. But is housing keeping up with the pace of this growth? Nope. Less than 2 million homes have been built in Canada since Trudeau entered office, and that's not discounting the homes that have either been torn down or abandoned. And what about hospitals? Well, let me tell you this. When is the last time that you saw a new hospital being built by where you live? I thought so. Anyway, those are 6 facts that you probably didn't know about how Justin Trudeau has changed our immigration system. But don't forget it because it definitely needs a lot of fixing.
There is so much that we don't know because we just don't see it in the media. Oh, I mean, I know. A lot of you guys know, but there's so much that your average Canadian does not see. If they just watch, the National every night, they're not going to know anything. They're not going to know anything about the censorship bills, Bill C-11, the Online Harms Act, any of this stuff. They have no idea. They have no idea about the draconian measures that are being set up. They know nothing about, life imprisonment for online hate speech. They know nothing about somebody could dig up. If the Online Harms Act goes through, which it may not, but who knows? We don't know yet. But there could be something that you put on Facebook 10 years ago, which was perfectly politically correct back then, but isn't anymore. We know how quickly it all changes. All of a sudden, somebody anonymously complains about it. Next thing you know, you're dragged into a kangaroo court human rights tribunal, which is not a real court of law, does not have real rules of evidence. There's no assumption of innocence, or innocent until proven guilty, any of that. It's just run by a bunch of far-left activists, essentially. No innocent beyond a reasonable doubt, just preponderance of evidence. It's just whoever the far-left kangaroo court officials, whatever they think. All of a sudden, you owe $20,000 to the person who complained and $50,000 to the government. Your average Canadian has no idea about any of this. None whatsoever. They don't know about the pre-crime part of it, where you can be reported for something that you might do in the future. Somebody's afraid you might do a hate speech in the future. Next thing you know, you're dragged into a kangaroo court, and you've got an ankle bracelet on for a year. For a year. So your average Canadian has no idea. I would bet it's in single digits, the number of Canadians who know what's actually in that dystopian, Orwellian dystopian bill. Unfortunately, the media here, the corporate media, does not do a good job trying to inform us. Apparently, they don't want to. I wonder why. Let's see. Antipop says, what do they want in return for the Gazans? We'll give them Chrystia Freeland. I don't know. That might actually be a good trade at this point. Might be. Rogue Thought says pre-crime for wrong think. Exactly. Exactly, sir. You guys know. It's just that I think most of the public doesn't. I would say it's in single digits. All right, let's move on. Well, the BBC wouldn't have liked this lady's intervention, so from Darren Grimes. So let's see this. This is something that you don't see, I don't think, very often on British mainstream media. Let's take a look. It's kind of a small picture, but I don't think I can make it any big. Maybe I try make it a little bit bigger. There we go.
At what stage does the panel and people think this country has had enough? That we should close the borders, completely close the borders, because it's got to the stage now is there's no education, schooling, infrastructure. It's enough. We are sinking. Surely someone's got to see common sense and say enough is enough. You've got people flooding into this country that cannot speak English. I've come from London. In the National Health Service, everything's written in different languages. How much is that costing? How much is it costing for the interpreters? Sorry, madam. How much is it costing for the interpreters? I was in hospital last week. The interpreter never turned up for the people who couldn't speak English. She was paid. They all had to go on, and all the radiologists stood around doing nothing. What sort of country is allowing this? What sort?
These are normal concerns from normal people across the West. Normal concerns from normal people, normal questions from normal people across the West, and it's being ignored. Let's continue.
Sort of countries allowing this tourism to come in? You arrive in a plane, you get free service, you can have your babies, you can just carry on having it all for free. Why haven't they got points set up in the hospitals and you pay like you do in every other country you go to? You wouldn't turn up in America and be allowed to go for free.
Well, unfortunately, I think you can turn up in America and get it for free, and you can show up in Canada and get it for free too. Unfortunately. But these are the normal concerns. These are popular concerns across the West. And I don't feel like it's just a coincidence that it's happening in every Western country and every person like this is being completely ignored. I mean, it's disgraceful what's happened in the UK. I mean, they've had a conservative government for a decade and a half. And I tell you what, Labour couldn't have done a better job of being Labour than the UK Conservative Party. It's truly tragic. And these people are just left out in the cold. They're ignored. And this is normal across the West. This is the same story in Canada. I think this is the same story in Australia. Certainly the same story in the United States. Now, in the States, you've got one guy who actually does want to tackle it, and they're just about ready to put him in prison. That's how far they're willing to go. That's how far they're willing to go to just push through their, I don't know, anti-civilizational goals. It's incredible. It's shocking. It's like an alternate universe. Anyway. Let's see. Yes, that's how it is. 100% bang on. So sick of it. However, we can carry on for much longer. I'm amazed they allowed her on. How dare someone not follow the BBC hard left agenda? Yeah. Well, they avoid it as much as they possible. Occasionally, something will slip through. I think this is why the CBC doesn't actually talk to the public in Canada. At least not live. Just in case they might say something sane. Let's see, what else we got? Oh, this is actually kind of funny. So what's going on here? Canadian MP Laurel Collins. I think she's NDP. What is she? I think she's an NDP. Let me just check. Let's look her up quickly. Laurel Collins. Laurel Collins, MP, Canada. Yeah, she's NDP. She's New Democratic Party. Okay. So what's going on? Canadian MP Laurel Collins, climate emergencies are not gender neutral, blah, blah, blah. She's hysterical she's another climate hysterical. Let's take a look. This is what we're dealing with in Canada.
I want to start off by addressing one of the comments that was made by the witnesses around climate hysterics. Hysteria, it refers to something that is wildly emotional. It comes from the Greek word womb, of the womb. It is used in ancient Greek to refer to things associated with women. And I hope you'll forgive me if I get emotional.
So it's a completely apt word, it turns out, because she is hysterical. Let's continue.
Climate emergencies are not gender neutral. The degradation of ecosystems disproportionately impacts women and girls. And disproportionately impacts women and girls. Everything does. Remember COVID, men most likely to die, but women most impacted, apparently. That's what they told us. I saw a headline. I saw that in a headline. Apparently everything impacts women and girls more than ever. I mean, I don't know. I guess some things do, but is it literally everything? Let's continue. I am wildly emotional. This is the existential crisis of our time. And to hear that we're asking for high ambition is climate hysteria, that makes me wildly emotional.
Okay, what you're doing is climate hysteria. It's the definition of that. And you even admit it. You even admit it. Let's continue.
Absolutely. When I think about my womb, the 2 children that I bore.
When I think about my womb, you can't make this up.
From that womb and what future we are leaving them, I am wildly emotional.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be in government then. Maybe if you're wildly emotional about your imaginary thing, maybe you shouldn't be in government. How about that?
It's not surprising to hear this from someone who has written articles that are pro-life.
So she's just throwing stuff out now, right? She's just throwing stuff out. Her womb. Why does she have to mention her womb? I have a womb. Did you know that I have a womb? So you have to listen to me now. And there's somebody who doesn't agree with me is pro-life. Pro-life. I'm pro-abortion. So there. What is this? Is this actual hysteria or is this performance? What is it exactly?
Think that we need to think about the intersection of gender and the climate crisis.
Oh, there we go. Intersectional feminism, I guess.
I hope that the people around this table and the people listening will refrain from using language like climate hysteria.
No, you are a climate hysteric. You are a climate hysterical. You are experiencing climate hysteria, or at least you're pretending to. Maybe you're just pretending to.
Facing a climate emergency.
No, we're not. We're not facing a climate emergency. Even the UN doesn't say civilization is going to end. They talk about points of GDP that's going to cost to deal with certain consequences of it. We're going to have climate change is going to happen over the course of hundreds of years and thousands of years anyway. There's no point being hysterical about it, like her, and wasting everybody's time and just putting out a word salad of buzzwords. She got in about her womb, about intersectionalism, about shitting on somebody because they're pro-life, which I find this is just such a weird hill to die on. To be that, I understand the arguments about at what time and stuff like this. Okay, I can understand
I can understand there's a rational argument there, but I don't understand this to be an obsession, because it is killing a baby. It is. At the end of the day, it is. It's like that Bill Barr comedy routine where he's like, it's not a baby. It's just, it's, and he's like, well, yeah, it kind of is though. I mean, if you didn't do it, there'd be a baby. It just seems like a weird thing to be your obsession. Because everybody does know what it actually means. And I'm not telling anybody what to think out there. I'm not trying to influence anybody's morality or anything, and people can think what they want. Right? But it just seems like a weird thing to be obsessed about. It's such a dark thing. We're a long way from the, safe, legal, and rare, aren't we? Now it's become like this, almost like an accomplishment or something, or a badge of honor. I find it very weird and very dark. That's just what I think. But yeah, this is the state of Canada now. These are the people that are in power in the country. Lunatics like this. Just crazy people. This is what's in our government. Good grief. Where's the evidence? This kind of fear-mongering is outrageous. It certainly is, but it's like a religion to them, right? It's part of their cult identity. They have to believe in it. What do you think would happen to her? Her political career, or just her friends, her Facebook friends, her social media friends? What do you think would happen to all of that if she took a step back and went, well, I don't know, maybe it's not going to be that bad. Maybe we'll get through it. Maybe it's going to be okay. Maybe it's better than, I don't know, half the planet starving to death because we can't produce food anymore because we went for some net zero nonsense. What do you think would happen to her? It's all over. It's all over. Her political career is over. Her friends are gone. She's not going to get invited to any dinner parties. Now she's far right. If she just were to take a step back and go, well, maybe we are being a bit hysterical. Maybe we should calm down a little bit. Maybe this isn't, maybe there's a more rational way of dealing with this. That would be it. It'd be over. Now she'd be a Nazi. Immediately she'd be a Nazi. Immediately she'd be far right. So what else is she going to do? I guess just descend further and further into her climate fantasy hysteria, I guess. Her climate psychosis. But thankfully, she let us know that she has a womb. That was really important. That was really important for me. I wasn't going to take her seriously until she told me that she has a womb. Rogue Thought says, your freedom's way of life and mind must be restricted so she feels safe. Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. Let's see. They do not even know what they're protesting, but somehow it's Canada's fault. Of course. It's all just fashion.
In Canada doesn't exist?
I do. And that's a hill that I will die on.
So, wow. Yeah, so you don't like Canada? Eh?
Nope. I hate it.
You hate Canada?
Why are you here then, ma'am?
Because unfortunately, it was colonized by peoples who came here with nothing, came here with everything except for land, but claim it as theirs. How does that really make sense?
Came with everything but land. These people are morons. I mean, this is what you get from a university education here. The people who settled Canada, apparently they're all wealthy people. It was easy for them. These people are not getting an education. They're getting an indoctrination. That is one of the stupidest things that it's possible for a human being to say. And what she hates Canada, apparently.
So, wow. Yeah, so you don't like Canada? Eh?
Nope. I hate it.
Well, she seems to like the food enough. I think she likes the food. No problem with that, apparently. Look at those arms. That's a lot of fat. A lot of fat. Why the fuck are you in Canada? Just get the fuck out. She didn't have an answer to the question there. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere that you don't hate it. where the people aren't mean, I guess. And why are you covering your face? I mean, are you ashamed of what you're saying? Why do we need that? Leave. Get the fuck out. I mean, this is just why do we need fat Hamas protesters in Canada that hate the country? And like the food plenty. No problem with the food, apparently. Loves the food. Can't get enough of the food. You know? Any time that you're grossly fat is a sign that you're not oppressed. Because all throughout history, there's, I think, a pretty good way of telling, pretty easy way of telling who the oppressed and the oppressed are. The people getting maximum number of calories, the fat people, not the oppressed ones. The skinny, starving people, the oppressed ones. I think that's pretty much just a rule of thumb all throughout history. If you're fat, you're not oppressed. If you're fat, you've got it pretty good. At least historically speaking, at least compared to the 99.9% of human beings that have lived throughout all of history, that have just been, living on a subsistence diet and vulnerable to famine and starvation at just any time. If you have big, giant, fat arms like this gross creature, you're not oppressed. You have no reason to complain to anybody. Canada made you a fat fucking pig, and you ought to appreciate that. I know I appreciate all of the fat on my body. Rogue Thought says, never wore that neckerchief until last week. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Let's see. Antipop says, fat people eat fat food. Well, that is true. Rogue Thought says, wants to change the system that brings her the food. If that's not mentally captured, I don't know what is. Yeah, she shouldn't want any changes. I mean, this is a woman who she may hate Canada, but she loves the food here. She should be very careful about wanting any changes to that. She doesn't want anything. She should not want anything to disrupt the food supply to her, because apparently she really, really likes it, because just look at how fat she is. People like this, it's maddening. It's maddening. I know there's millions of people and there's going to be dingbats. Of course there are. But it does drive you a little bit crazy. Somebody who has no appreciation for the society that they live in. Absolutely none. This is Canada. To exist in Canada today, you're one of the luckiest people with all of Canada's problems. You're still one of the luckiest people that's ever existed in all of history. You're still one of the, if you're living in the United States or in the UK, you're one of the luckiest people to have existed in all of history. And to just shit on it. I mean, the stupidity, the lack of perspective is truly stunning. Anyway, I think you guys are pissed off too.
Why are you here then, ma'am?
Because unfortunately, it was colonized by peoples who...
This doesn't even make sense, because unfortunately, it was colonized by people who had everything. Yeah, right. The people who settled Canada had everything. How is it possible for somebody to be this stupid? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever, but I've got a button for this. Where is it?
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
That's true. That's true.
I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
I tell you, I could use some glue right now myself. Absolutely. I don't know. What do you think of these people, Justin?
Small fringe minority.
Well, you're finally right about something.
Let's see. No comments. That's weird. Let's see. They always crumble at the tiniest pushback. Well, what's going on here?
Can you identify as a black person?
No,
Why?
because I'm not black.
I'm not a woman, but I can identify as a woman according to you.
If you transition, maybe.
What defines a transition?
If that's your goal, you know?
If you believe it.
Sure.
If you believe you're black, why aren't you black?
Well, that's just not, that's like genetics. That's like ancestry.
You're also born a man or a woman. It's the same thing. That's also genetics.
Okay, I'm over it.
Can you identify?
So, yeah, because this person has never thought about the things she believes for even a moment. Even a moment. Yeah, the second that there's any pushback, no, I'm not going to do this. No, I'm going to go. Well, there's no profit. We've talked about this many times. There's no profit in it for them to question it, right? You start asking questions in your own mind, and you might start asking questions to other people, and that's not going to go over well. The lefties, there's nobody that they love denouncing and destroying more than their own. You know, there's no benefit to them unless you want to lose all of your lefty friends. You know, there's only risk in it. You know, you're not going to lose your job for thinking that, 5-year-olds can be born in the wrong body. You could lose your job for saying that that's totally retarded. All right, let's move on. Let's see what else we got. Well, Tristan Hopper makes a good point here. When you want to manipulate a child, you alienate them from their family. When you want to manipulate a country, you alienate them from their past. Yet that's the process, the ongoing process in the Western world right now. Trying to alienate everybody from their own history. Saying that everything has to be decolonized, whatever that means. Whatever that means to them, apparently it doesn't mean taking like all the hospitals and I don't know, like power plants and everything and, somehow taking them back to Europe. All those things, they need to stay. Apparently what it means is just somebody else controls them all. Apparently that's what decolonization means. You lose complete control over your own country. Will you vote? So for the Americans in the audience, will you vote for Trump even if convicted? Well, he's convicted. And I think this is the answer for any Americans watching my show. Don't care. Still voting for Trump. Yeah, I don't think there'd be many people who didn't feel that way watching this stream. Let's see. Here's more on that menstrual awareness day or something. I don't know what they're all liberals. They're all NDP are all wearing these period bracelets as if just pretending that there's some sort of stigma in Canada. Rogue Thought says, I'd vote twice, but I'm not a Dem. What? You almost went too far there. You almost went too far. Let's see. What else do we got going on? Well, here, this is interesting. Overwhelming majority of Canadian poor are white. Finds the National Post. Oh, look at that. 64% of people in Canada living in relative poverty, 64% white. Well, wait a second. What about all that white privilege? Where did that go? I thought we were the ones who were ruining everything and making everybody else poor. I thought we were racializing everybody. I thought we had this giant advantage, and that's why diversity had to be in everything. Well, that's why, the CBC wouldn't hire, straight white men because, all that privilege and all that racializing and oppression that's going on, It turns out most of the poor people in Canada are white. Well, how does that make any sense? And why have they been shitting on us constantly? Why has Trudeau been shitting on us constantly and telling us that we're oppressing everybody? Very interesting. Government policies ignore impoverished white Canadians. A report by Calgary-based think tank Aristotle Foundation suggests. Yeah, you will never see this on the CBC. Not in a million years. They don't want you to know this. It might make you think that you don't have all that privilege they're constantly going on about. A new report by Calgary-based think tank Aristotle Foundation suggests that Canada's race-based approach to fighting poverty might be flawed, since it is based on an incorrect assumption that race, racial discrimination, and poverty are tightly linked. Well, we've known for ages that, like, East Asians outperform white Canadians in, like, every category, in terms of, like, income, in terms of, interactions with police or arrests or incarceration. They beat us on by every metric, right? Which, again, you're never going to see that on the CBC because it completely demolishes this idea of privilege or white supremacy, white supremacist society. Because obviously, if there's a group that's not white people that outperforms white people, then clearly it's not a racist society. Then clearly white people aren't holding anybody down. Then clearly it's a merit-based system whereby it's culture that matters over race. It's hard work, conscientiousness, education, family, those sorts of things are the factors. But again, you're never going to hear that on the CBC because it doesn't paint Canadian whites as racist and holding everybody down, which has been obviously false for decades. Antipop says blackface poverty is down, I hear. Well, yeah, I mean, you got blackface as the prime minister in the prime minister's office. So yeah, blackface is doing great in Canada these days, thanks to Justin Trudeau. The paper Poverty and Race in Canada, Facts About Race Discrimination and the Poor analyzed recent Statistics Canada data and also looked at public policy initiatives at both the provincial and federal levels that are designed to fight poverty. Nothing will change because reality doesn't matter, right? So knowing this won't change anything with the leftists because it's just a religion to them, right? It's like breathing to them. Right? This is just some received wisdom that they've gotten from the woke gods. So nothing can ever change their mind. Nothing will ever change their mind. They will insist forever that there's something called racialization that happens to every single non-white person in Canada the moment they step foot in the country. Like, nothing will ever convince them that actually East Asians do better than white Canadians in Canada. That will never matter. That's in one ear, out the other. No, racism. That's what their thoughts immediately go to. It's all that they know. They have this religion. They have this article of faith that white people are racist, that Canada's a white supremacist country with all of this structural racism and, industrial racism and whatever other kinds of racisms they can think of, right? And 18 different genocides going on at any given time. It's a religion to them. These are all articles of faith. They can't be dissuaded from it. Power just simply has to be taken away from them because they will never make a rational decision. Found that between 7.4 and 10.6% of Canadians are living in relative poverty, depending on how one defines the term. At the low end, defined by low after-tax income, some 58% or 1.6 million people living in poverty are white, or what StatsCan refers to as not a visible minority nor indigenous. For the other figure, which measures poverty based on the cost of living, 2.5 million people, or 64.4% of the group living in poverty, are white. Again, this is against their religion. This is blasphemy. And they will completely ignore this and just keep bulldozing ahead with their DEI everything forever. Quote, in other words, the overwhelming majority of Canadians poor are white and thus cannot receive race-based allocations from governments if unchangeable characteristics such as skin color and ethnicity are accounted for in policy.
The group said in a press release announcing the findings. I'm amazed that this study even got done in Canada, to be honest. The paper points to government documents that use the link between race and poverty to justify race-based remedies that it says ignore many needy people. And they don't care. Again, it's not part of their religion. It's blasphemy. A federal document outlining Canada's anti-racism strategy notes, quote, anti-black racism is manifested in the legacy of the current social, economic, and political marginalization of African Canadians in society, such as lack of opportunities, lower socioeconomic status, higher unemployment, significant poverty rates, and overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. As I've already explained, the success of East Asian Canadians completely blows all of this bullshit out of the water. It has nothing to do with anti-black racism. Anti-black racism doesn't exist in Canada, not as this massive entity, as this important thing. No, of course there are racists, and hey, there's lots of anti-white racist people in Canada. We just saw one of them on the stream just a little while ago, right? But Canada is not a giant racist country, and the white people in Canada are not a bunch of racists that hate black people. That's just not true. I've lived here my entire life. I know that's not true. Unless everybody's just keeping it a secret from me. But again, this is the religious nature of it, right? Like, they can't back off from this. They can't. They will not. The only thing that can be done is simply to take the power and decision-making power and the checkbook away from these people and not give it back to them, because they'll never stop. What's more, the report says the government's anti-poverty programs with racial qualifiers can end up misdirecting resources to those who are not even poor. I guess that's equity. It cites Ontario's Racialized and Indigenous Supports for Entrepreneurs, or RAISE, grant program. And this is hundreds of millions of dollars from the government, by the way. Hundreds of millions of dollars from government largesse for virtue signaling. Using the low income after tax measure, eligibility for this race-based funding would apply not only to 1.4 million low-income earners in Canada, the total low-income visible minority and Indigenous population, but also to nearly 10.5 million minorities or Indigenous who are not low-income, while excluding non-minority, non-Indigenous, low-income earners. Equity. Equity. The only thing that can be done, again, is just simply take the power and the checkbook from these people. Like, we need a serious change in government, a serious change. And I tell you what, Poilievre better deliver, because if he doesn't, everybody's going to jump to the PPC. I will too. If we're betrayed like the Conservatives were betrayed by their Conservative Party, yeah, I'm not going to vote for people who betray me over and over again. That won't happen. And I will not advocate for them. Put another way, the report says, this funding would be inaccessible to 64% of those who are low income. And of those who do qualify for the funding based on race, only 11.9% are low income. I mean, come on. Come on, this is a joke. This has got to end. This is madness. This is not a sensible way to design an anti-poverty program. But what did Trump say about that?
Everything woke turns to shit.
It does. Nothing rational can happen from a woke perspective because it's all fantasy. It's all cult myth. Rogue Thoughts says this is redistribution with flowery language to conceal their socialism. And Shady Red Knob says racism is universal. Yeah, anybody can be racist. That's the thing. And in fact, all over the world, people that aren't white are racist. In fact, that's the default for most people. Most people are nationalist and most people are racist around the world. Way more racist than here. You want to see racism, real racism? Don't go to Canada. Go somewhere else in the world. Go to, there's plenty of places in the world where you can find real, out in the open racism. All right? Canada's not one of those places, unless it's racism against white people, I guess. I mean, I guess that's out in the open. But not the kind they're talking about. So yeah, this is typical. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. It's so depressing. We better go to the puppy palate cleanser. Look at these guys. Best friends forever. That's nice. That's just nice. That is so much better than Trudeau destroying Canada before our eyes. Look at that. Way better. All right. I feel better now. Well, this is interesting. From Ezra Levant, Edmonton City Council says one of the challenges to implement 15-minute cities is that conspiracy theorists keep saying City Council wants to implement 15-minute cities. How about that? Okay, let's hear this.
Of planning, city administration is presenting its vision to accommodate a population of 2 million people through 15-minute cities. 3 days of public hearings on the plan began at City Hall this morning. Shailen Skulski has more.
I'm here to express my concerns.
Shelley Motorshead is one of more than 70 speakers scheduled to be heard at City Hall. Over 3 days, councillors will hear from residents and representatives from the construction industry, childcare, community leagues, and students on administration's plan to deal with a growing population.
We are building a cohesive city with opportunities for local living.
Population is rapidly growing, and we have to be able to accommodate for that. Right now, the plans we have are kind of Frankenstein together over decades.
The 15 new district plans and corresponding bylaws will replace 54 existing planning documents dating back to the 1980s.
Our city is growing, and the more we can accommodate within existing infrastructure and existing neighborhoods, better it is for the taxpayers as well.
Administration says the goal is to accommodate 600,000 new residents in redeveloped areas, with 50% of all new home units added through infill. The plan...
Nobody's voting for this. Nobody's voting for this. This is lunacy.
Also calls for half of all future travel to be done by transit and for residents to access all their daily needs within 15 minutes. Not everyone supports the plan.
My understanding is that this means I will need to stay within my district to meet all my needs so that the city can meet its climate plan objectives.
I don't think Edmontonians can afford to be part of a renovation experiment of this size so quickly.
I think unfortunately a lot of the district plan in particular have been derailed by 15-minute cities, conspiracy theories,
So the plans for the 15-minute cities are being derailed by people knowing about them. These are just bad people. The conspiracy theorists are often 6 to 8 months ahead. These are just bad people that just hate apparently hate humanity, hate humanity. They just don't want you to know what they're doing, I guess. I guess that's the point. Let's see. Now, what do you think of this? This look tells me this individual has patience, a willingness to change, and a desire for self-improvement. What do you think it says? I think it says stay away. Okay, I can't play the music because that'll get copyrighted. So we'll play it, but we'll put on something else. I don't know why exactly.
Why? Like, it makes me wonder how ethical it is for somebody to even do that to another person. There must have been a lot of like forms to fill out, like waivers and stuff. Like, when you decide that this was a terrible mistake, you won't sue me. Something like that. Like, okay, so I mean, obviously that's going to frighten children, right? Like, obviously that's going to frighten everyone. So this is like never be employed by another person again for the rest of your life. Are tattoos okay? Depends. Just I don't understand. Junk 21 says that's just stupid. Shiny Red Nub says, why? I guess the thing is there's just so many people that some of them are going to just be total nut bars, I guess. Some people are going to go for that actual demon look. You know, like not demon themed, but actual demon. Maybe it's an actor and just wants to be in like horror movies or something. I mean, I guess that could possibly be a, because like you wouldn't need to do special effects. That would save a lot of money, actually. You know, you could just be in a bunch of movies just as that. Like reading for Demon Number 1. Right? Maybe there's a career in that. Maybe I'm missing out here. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this is somebody who just is going to star in low budget horror movies from now on. You know, you can save, 50 grand in visual effects or something for a low grade horror movie. I don't know. I don't really, I mean, even then, still, it feels a stretch to me. Rogue Thought says, it's a kindergarten teacher, I bet. What? Probably a kindergarten teacher, yes. One of the jurors on Trump's trial. Yeah. I guess it's just that there's so many people now. And but again, like you have to be independently wealthy or something because you could never make a living, right? Maybe he has a YouTube channel that's successful or something, but like that can't be your Uber driver. Like if that shows up to pick you up at the airport, you're not getting in the car. Like that can't be the waitress at the Italian restaurant down the street, you know? Antipop says wants to make a living suing people for not hiring him. Do you know what? You could probably actually make a living of that these days. Yeah, you could drag people into the human rights tribunals in Canada for sure. They throw a bunch of money because they're all a bunch of left-wing lunatics. Maybe that's what it is. I guess that is a way you could make a living out of that in today's world. I guess there's somebody who would like it. Let's see what the internet has to say about it. To me, it says loudly, Satan won. That's very good. Very good indeed. Has a bright future as a kindergarten teacher. That's what it's saying to me. Yeah. He does not seek for attention, that's for sure. Let's see. It says, I found a plastic surgeon that took me for a fool and destroyed any semblance of humanity I possessed. I hope he didn't do it when he got drunk one night, because that would be, well, you wouldn't want to wake up to that. Let's see. I'm guessing probably So you could have you could work on low budget horror movies so they can save money on special effects, visual effects. You could also sue people for not hiring you. And aside from that, I can't think of anything else but work for the Biden administration. I need that little snare drum thing. I'll have to download that before next time. Anyway, that guy's gross and weird. And, he shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. It's stupid to look like that. Let's take a look at this. America has increased its military capability. There is room for next gen. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. What's going on here? Okay. I love it. I love it. I love it. That speaks to me, people. That speaks to me. I didn't even have to press the fart button. Good Lord, whoever did that's a genius. That time the whole transgender argument was shut down on Dr. Phil. Should we do this? Should we do this? I think this is actually a good one. I made a video about this a long time ago. And what do we have here? This is noise work, $2. You, sir, are a true gentleman. You get the horn. Says, we love this stream. Well, I love having you on this stream, and I especially love your money. It's my favorite thing. No, but thank you very much. It's very appreciated. I'm having a good night tonight. A good night tonight. The money's rolling in. Thank you very much. All right, I'm liking this. I'm liking this whole getting money thing. All right. But let's watch this now. Okay, you guys have earned this.
Transgender boys who might not have their own money to go buy tampons, if they're provided free in the bathroom, it's a huge plus.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Cis men don't menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body
if you are,
menstruated at
if
some
your
point
chromosomes
then.
are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of
They're
people here
women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men. You are not a man. You can pretend to be a man, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Live your life and tell me what a man is.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely different
They are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
And sex is what you're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept
things.
that distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
Just making it up. See, that's the truth. See how frantic they get, upset they get when somebody just speaks reality to them? It's metaphysics. It's alchemy. It's not. It's this bizarre redefinition of words. In fact, trivial redefinition of words. You know, a trivial redefinition of the word gender, which was always just something that was just a synonym for sex. Sex and gender, they just meant the same thing, right? And then just this trivial redefinition. I don't mean trivial in that the consequences aren't important, because they are. They're extremely important. But trivial in that it's silly, it's inane, it's absurd, right? It's redefining gender into this abstract idea, this metaphysical idea, this kind of progressive version of the soul is what it is, which their redefinition still doesn't make any sense, because on one hand, they say that gender is a social construct. On the other hand, they say that a 5-year-old can know that they're in the wrong body, and they definitely are.
they apparently they don't seem to notice these contradictions in their own ideas, but they are there for sane people to notice, right? And I find it quite amusing to watch this guy who's just speaking reality, just what's actually real. And they get so flustered because they don't really have an argument. Their only argument are these made up ideas around gender, these abstract ideas around gender, as if it's like the progressive soul. It's amusing to watch them get flustered. And of course, all of these are just basically tenets of their faith. They're articles of faith. And they get really upset when people don't accept them and when they question them. Of course, there's no argument, but for them, they don't need to have an argument. These are just articles of faith, articles of their religion. Let's see. Let's see. Two standards, one for Elon Musk, one for the guy who owns the Washington Post. Business Insider, 8513. Billionaire Jeff Bezos' Washington Post buy marks a fascinating cultural transition in America. So billionaire Jeff Bezos buying the Washington Post is a very good thing. It's a fascinating cultural transition in America. From 2013. 2022, Business Insider says, Elon Musk's attempt to buy Twitter represents a chilling new threat. Billionaire trolls taking over social media. Yeah. Two standards, one for Musk, one for the guy who owns the Washington Post. Yep. It's all very obvious and right there for us to see, isn't it? Let's see. Hold on one second, you guys. Okay. Let's see. Obesity is killing more people than anything else. Well, that is sad. And it's quite obvious. Apparently, body positivity doesn't keep you alive very well. But you know what these videos are good for? They're good for this. I never get sick of this. Never. It's always funny. It always stays funny to me forever. I know you guys like it too. Oh, I made a video about this earlier in the week. From Tommy Robinson, when one of the worst terrorist organizations on the planet is thanking you, you are definitely on the wrong side. Thick, brainwashed students. Al-Qaeda releases official statement on student protests. They're in favor of it. Spoiler alert, they like it. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, this is a good one. Another severe obesity commercial. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can time this just right. No, I was a little quick on that time. Hold on. Ah, damn it. Hold on. I'll get it. I think I almost had it there. Hold on. Never gets old. De Niro says government will perish from the earth if Trump wins. This guy has got to be the most Like, this is when people hate Hollywood, this is why, right? This is why this is what it symbolizes. Let's just watch this dingbat.
Under Trump, this kind of government will perish from the earth. I don't mean to scare.
What kind? The kind that tries to imprison its political enemies? That kind?
Scare you. No, wait. Maybe I do mean to scare you. If Trump returns to the White House, you can kiss these freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over. That's done.
It shows you they don't think about what they're saying or what they believe at all. He's saying this in front of the show trial of Donald Trump. The administration, the current administration, trying to imprison the guy who's most likely to be the next president. On what? On some bizarre, trumped up, pun intended, charges. Even TV lawyers don't even understand the case. They honestly can't spend even a moment thinking about what they believe and what they're going to say next.
If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave.
How is he going to do that exactly? Never leave. Just stay in the White House. How exactly is he going to do that? Because I guess he had the opportunity to do that before and he didn't. He did leave. So how exactly is he going to do that? Is he going to just stay forever? Again, these people, they don't think. There's no mechanism for him to do that. They don't think about what they believe for even a moment. It's all just, you know what it is? It's acting. It's acting. He knows what he's supposed to think, right? He knows he's this tiny little, I think he's like about 5'3". He's this tiny little man who's played a tough guy in the movies forever and thinks he's a tough guy. He's played characters that were intelligent because some of the screenwriters were intelligent. And the words that they wrote were intelligent. So he thinks that's him. He's an adult pretender who's pretended to be a tough guy. At times he's pretended to be smart. But none of them were his own words. It was him pretending. Pretending, being a pretender. Pretending to be the creation of much more intelligent people than he is.
Under Trump, this kind of government will perish from the earth.
Again, the kind of government that tries to imprison their main political opponents? Because that's not a good thing. Is De Niro aware? Is De Niro aware that that's actually a bad thing? He shouldn't want that. He should be opposed to that. I guess he's not aware of that. I guess he just hasn't thought it through. Let's see. Bad boy Bobby De Niro got investigated for being a very, very bad boy. Fun fact from Nice Guy P. Joe Biden campaign surrogate Robert De Niro was linked to a human trafficking ring in France in the 90s. He was questioned for 9 hours. Luckily, he was able to get the former French justice minister as his lawyer. Strange. Very strange. Just what kind of country does he want it to be again? I'm not sure it's the kind of country other people want it to be. Sane people. Let's see. We can't trust De Niro. He said he was going to leave the country last time Trump won, and he didn't. I wish he would have. I'm glad he didn't come to Canada. Although he would have had to go back to the United States for decent health care. So, just saying. Jailing a former president isn't bad for democracy. I don't think he's very smart. I think that's the problem. Again, we've already established that he didn't actually write any of those lines that he was reading. He was pretending to be better people than he.
Let's see. Absolutely ridiculous. Another washed up, self-important has-been. Okay, what the hell is going on here? We got a $3 donation from Rogue Thought. Sir, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Wow. You're humbling me, you guys, with your generosity. It says, thanks, sir. All voices speaking truth are an antidote to the propaganda. Well, that's true as hell. Honestly, thanks, guys. This is awesome. This is awesome, guys. You know that I love money, so it's the most precious thing to me. Above love, definitely above love. Thanks again. I don't know what I'm doing right. I got to remember exactly what I did tonight and then do that again every single time. All right. So this restaurant in Toronto, Canada is charging a 2% carbon fee. The restaurant owner claims the restaurant owner claims that what we eat fuels climate change. So the 2% carbon fee is to help offset our carbon footprint. What would you do if you got this carbon fee on your bill at a restaurant? I would tell them to go and fuck themselves, is exactly what I would say. Let's see.
Going to a restaurant these days can be pricey. The cost of food is up. Tips are more generous than ever. Now add a carbon fee to the bill. Let's bring in CTV's Adrian Gobrel. Adrian, I had no idea that this was happening. Is it legal?
Sandy, food inflation means it costs more to eat out these days. Though a new charge here at this Italian restaurant in Toronto has caught the attention of some patrons.
We had a wonderful meal, drinks were flowing, great time, and then they came with the machine to pay the bill. I paid the bill, they come back with the receipt, and then as I was leaving the restaurant, I say, oh, hey, look at this. What is this fee?
The extra charge on his bill ended up being a 2% carbon fee, which equaled about $3. Now, Joseph Cristiano, who's an employee at Bell Media, CTV's parent company, took a closer look at the check, and he found this explanation at the bottom of the bill, which states what we eat fuels climate change. Adding 2% to every restaurant bill to invest in carbon capture will help offset our carbon footprint. Would a legitimate carbon fee stop you from going back to this restaurant or any other?
Yes, absolutely. I would never go back again. That is the correct answer. Yes, it would stop you. It would absolutely stop you. You're never going back there again. Please say that.
Probably not. I think I can live with 2%. If you start
fucking pussy. Shut up. No, you're already paying anything you do in Canada. You're already paying a carbon tax to Trudeau anyway. You think they're going to invest the 2% in carbon capture? Bullshit. They're just scamming you, idiot. They're just stealing from you. Don't go back again. That's the answer. Go back and say, fuck you and your goddamn carbon tax. I'm sick of paying carbon taxes. I'm paying them on everything already. Fuck off. That's the answer. Here's an item for your menu. Go fuck yourself. That's just the way I feel about it. I got to be honest. I must have a button for this.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
That's right, Clint. Not in this lifetime. Or maybe this one.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
Jackie Gleason's right. What's this button? I don't even know what this one is. Hold on a second.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
You're locked in here with me. That's what he should have gone into the restaurant and said that. That would have been better. How stupid. What a pussy this guy is. This guy is he's a shame on Canada. He's a disgrace. Pay half the bill and call the rest a carbon credits. That's a good one.
that's the way he feels, he should close his restaurant. Otherwise, he's just a hypocrite who's scamming all the virtue signaling idiots. Never eat there. Don't watch CTV. There, your life just got immeasurably better, no charge. What are you monsters? What are you wild men? What are you baloney heads saying in the comments here about it? Well, going back to that Robert De Niro story, Shiny Red Knob says, Shiny Red Knob, good Lord, you people are animals. Nobody wants to watch Hollyweird anymore anyway. That's really true. You know, we should have done, maybe we'll look up that Furiosa movie. We can talk about that for a minute, because that's very interesting, because apparently it's actually pretty decent, but it's still bombing anyway, and I think I know why. In fact, let's rack that up. And we'll go to that after we finish up with this story. Furiosa 2024 bombs. Let's see. What this one? Okay, so remind me to come back to this one if I forget, because it's getting late and I might start forgetting things because of my brain. Let's see. So let's see. Rogue Thought says, time to eat elsewhere. Yeah, completely. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I'm not paying for your belief in a delusion. Yeah, all these carbon tax, 2% carbon tax. Like, do you know what that achieves? That achieves absolutely nothing. Canada could be removed from the map, could be erased from the map. All of Canada's industry, everything. The country could just disappear tomorrow, and it would not change the global climate. A 2% carbon tax for carbon capture technology, which, let's face it, that's total bullshit. That's not going to do anything. None of it's going to do fucking anything. And the world is still going to exist, and it's still going to be okay. Let's see. Let's see. Well, honestly, how is from Junk21? Honestly, how is Trudeau in charge? Why would anyone vote for him? This has to be a scam. I don't know. I mean, well, I do know. 20 to 25% of the population in any country is always wrong about everything all the time, constantly. What is Trudeau's approval ratings in Canada right now? It's what, like 25%? Right? And it will be. 20 to 25% of the population is always wrong about everything. I've said this before, and I'll repeat it again at the risk of boring you, but I will tell you that, hold on one second. I've said this before, but I want to say it again at the risk of boring you. Trudeau could run on a platform of all Canadians will have to dig holes, will have to go out into the prairies and into the mountains and dig holes to live in for climate change. Right? And 20 to 25% of the population will still vote for him. Right? His platform could be, every firstborn child from now on has to be sacrificed to Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec god of rain or something. Quetzalcoatl, that's it. And still 20 to 25% of the population will vote for him. Right? Trudeau could say that from now on, 50% of everybody's diet has to be from foraging in the woods or something to somehow save the climate, right? And 20 to 25% of the population would still vote for him. Trudeau could say that all pets must undergo sex change operations within the next 6 months, and people will still vote for him. 20 to 25% of people will still vote for him. He could make water illegal, and 20 to 25% of the population would still vote for him. Right? Because 20 to 25% of the population is just fucking unbelievably stupid.
and they always will be. So anyway, that's my answer. Let's see. Rogue Thoughts says, I shake my head down here in the States, and he's replying to Junk 21 there. But we have Biden. Our worlds are first and foremost corrupt and second indoctrinated. Yep, that's all true. Absolutely true. Let's go to this Furiosa thing, because I have my ideas about this. I don't think that it's that original, my ideas on this. But Furiosa, bombs and lowest grossing memorial. Furiosa bombs and lowest grossing Memorial Day weekend in decades. So for some reason, there's a picture of Chris Hemsworth there. And here it doesn't show Furiosa for some reason. But it says here, George Miller's Mad Max Fury Road prequel, Furiosa, one second. Bombed at the box office over the holiday weekend. Along with the Garfield movie, which also came in at the low end of expectations, they made up the lowest grossing Memorial Day weekend in 29 years. Though I think the Garfield movie cost, a fair amount less. So it's not as much of a problem with that. Furiosa, a sprawling epic starring Chris Hemsworth, along with Anya Taylor-Joy as a younger version of Imperator Furiosa, played by Charlize Theron in Fury Road, finished the 40 weekend with $32 million. Shockingly, I don't think it's that shocking, I got to be honest. This is the lowest grossing Memorial Day weekend since Casper netted $22 million back in 1995. Again, I don't think it's shocking. So adjusted for inflation, Casper would have had $45.2 million, which would have been more. So why? Considering that this is actually, from people that I trust, Critical Drinker and Film Threat and other people, they're saying that, and I think Nerdrotic as well, are saying it's actually a pretty good movie. But I think the problem with it is, here's the problem for me, why I had no interest in seeing this movie. And why I don't have any interest even when it comes out on for streaming. Why I have no interest in watching it. It's interesting how they didn't have the actress. Here, let's pull up this one here. And I have nothing against this actress at all. And let's pull that up. I have nothing against this actress at all. I think she's a good actress. The thing is that I don't want to see any more girl boss action movies, period. I'm just not interested anymore. And apparently in this, she's not even really a girl boss. Like, she's actually vulnerable. She can't, her 97-pound frame can't actually beat up, 15, 250-pound, trained fighters in this movie. So she's not even a girl boss. But it's just that when you see it, it just creates a feeling of, not again. Just not interested. Just action movie after action movie with the girl boss has just now kind of put the kibosh on any female-led action movie for me. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. Right? And it's kind of sad, actually, because again, apparently this is a good movie, but people are just over it now. They just, the very idea of a female-led action movie is just putting people off, even if they're told by people that they trust that it's a good movie. And it's sad because it didn't actually have to be this way, it's a bummer because, entertainment is important. It's not, my life isn't, following some movie franchise or something, but everybody needs that kind of levity and that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? My brain is frozen and my brain is frozen and injured.
Just some mindless entertainment, just something just to relax. I mean, I think it's important for everybody to have that. And it kind of sucks when there's just no options for you because you find everything kind of offensive or just boring in some way. Like Alien, the first two Alien movies, with Ellen Ripley, brilliant classics, absolute classics. And they were novel at the time as well. And Ripley, especially in the first movie, in the first Alien movie, she was just a woman and she was vulnerable in that movie. Right? And she transcended the situation she found herself in through courage, but also through growing and conquering her courage. Like, she is terrified through most of that movie. And it's, inspires you to be interested in her and to keep watching as you see her conquering that slowly. She's not a girl boss. She's not perfect. She's not good at everything. She's not kicking alien ass right from the start. She's not stronger than all the men, That works. Girl boss doesn't work. It's not believable. It's a suspension of disbelief, destroying, shattering. And at this point, I think for me, Terminator Dark Fate is the one that really killed it for me when I just said, I'm not watching any more of these. That was so terrible. Terminator Dark Fate. Let's bring that one up. Let's bring up Terminator Dark Fate with Danny, who was the new John Connor. Let's see. Terminator Dark Fate. This is the one that killed the gender switches for me. I just couldn't do it anymore after this. There we go. 3 girl bosses all in one movie. What more could you want? So spoiler alert, right in the first 5 minutes of this movie, they kill off John Connor. And then the new John Connor is this Mexican girl called Danny, who weighs about 50 pounds soaking wet. And apparently she's just awesome at everything right away. Sarah Connor. Oh, no, not Sarah Connor. It was this one here, this lady Terminator, half Terminator or whatever the hell she was. There's a line towards the end where it's revealed that Danny is the new John Connor. She thought that she was going to give birth to the next John Connor, but it turns out that the savior of the world isn't some man. It's her, some man like John Connor. It's awful. I mean, it's just pure, unrefined message. The message, right? It was awful. And the thing that sucked is that the Terminator in that movie was actually really cool. And they could have made a really good movie around it. But no, we had to get the message. She wasn't going to give birth to some man who was going to save the world. It was her, girl boss, her. Yeah, I think that's the one that killed it for me. I just went, I am not interested in any more of these gender switches, bullshits, or just female-led action movies in general anymore. It's going to be the same shit every time, and of course it has been. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out of my system. Let's see, where was I? Here we go. Okay, yeah, so anyway, how did we get onto that from this dingbat who's happy to pay the 2% extra carbon tax fee at this restaurant because somehow that's going to save the world? Shut up. Look at this idiot fucking face. Look at this moron, weak, idiot face. And you know what? He probably is lying because he's on TV and he doesn't want to seem like he's not for saving the planet by paying 2% more because he's an idiot to a restaurant who's scamming him. Anyway, I'm not a fan. Uh-oh, we're coming up on 5 hours soon. Yikes. It's a good thing I haven't had a toothache for the last 3 hours. I tell you what, I'm falling apart, people. That was my last break. I had to go take an Advil. Last week, I just had COVID. Like, I don't know.
maybe it was COVID last week. I had something. Now I got a toothache. Everything's falling apart. But you know what? Nothing can stop me from doing this Friday night live stream, except something more than whatever was going on tonight. Rogue Thought says, Dune Part 2 was too woke for me. I watched it. I didn't notice a ton of woke in it. I mean, I guess it's in everything. I think it's so everywhere that probably I don't even notice it sometimes. It just is normal now. I don't know. Antipop says trans Terminator. What? Uh-oh. No, they wouldn't do that. Maybe they will. I don't know. You know what Terminator I liked was that Terminator 3 Terminator, the Terminatrix. She was good, and she could make her tits better just like by thinking it, which is amazing. I loved that about that Terminator. Remember she was in the car, and then the cop was walking up, and she made her tits get bigger? I thought that was fantastic. Let's see. So what's going on here? There is no such thing as fat phobia. Obesity is unhealthy and unattractive. So, oh, God. What is that? Like all those veins? Like what are those? Good Lord. She's young too. She's got no excuse to be that fat. That's just sad. That's just wasting your youth. Oh no, I can't do the music. I always got music on these, but we can't do it. Okay. You're not concerned for my... Okay, so what's this saying? Let's put on some different music for this. You're not concerned for my health. You're just fat phobic. I don't know. I feel like it's more, what are those veins all over your stomach phobic? I think that's the kind of phobic that I am. I think I'm whatever that is happening on your giant gunt phobic. I don't know about you guys. That's how I feel about it. That's just not right. And again, she's young too. She's young. There's no excuse. This is just a waste of your youth. Just a waste of your youth. I mean, and you know what? I think she could have a pretty face. But why? I mean, what a waste. What a waste. I don't know. I think it's horrible, but I do know there's one thing that we can do about this. Hold on. Wait for it to start again. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. You knew we were going there. Rogue Thought says, your skin is trying to tell you something. It's screaming something. I don't know what the hell that is. But maybe somebody in the comments knows. Uh-oh, what's going on? All right. Maybe somebody in the comments of this... It's easier to blame society than to have willpower, apparently. Yeah, I would say so. Canadian woman says, I am fat phobic. I do have a fear of getting fat like that, and I do think it's gross. 90% of the time or more, it's indicative of shoving unhealthy foods into your body, giving your body more than it needs, and not exercise. Well, that's 100% of the time, really, isn't it? But I need to see if somebody has an explanation for that's happening on her gunt. Let's see. Nobody's saying anything yet. Let's see. Nope, nobody's saying anything. I don't know. Anything in the... Oh, Rogue Thought's saying, I told you stretch marks. Is that what they are? I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a fan, though. All right. Anyway, let's move on. That's enough of that. He's saying stretch marks. Okay. Well, I'm going to believe you. I'm going to believe you. Looks like veins, though, doesn't it? Ugh. Yuck. Yuck. Let's see. Let's see. Do you want France to go to war with Russia? Apparently, Macron didn't take this statement seriously. So, Putin's saying, do you want to go to war with Russia? So, France, because Macron is doing a lot of warmongering talk. So, that's going to go great. They just immediately lose, and then the rest of the world has to save them. Great plan. It says, let me end this week with a bit of humor. Here's an old Bud Light commercial that is 180 degrees from where the brand is these days. There is absolutely nothing politically correct in this ad. Okay, so I thought this might be interesting. Let's take a look. An old Bud Light ad that is not politically correct, apparently. Let's check this out.
Hello?
Just a Bud Light.
You know what? Take this lip balm, this copy of Tongue in Cheeks, and these batteries for my watch.
Tongue and what?
Copy of Tongue in Cheeks.
Oh, porno. Lip service, rear-ended, nuts and bolts. Where do we keep tongue and cheeks?
What?
Tongue and cheeks. This guy wants porno.
It's okay, just give me whatever.
Check under the counter. That's where we keep all the really weird
Jim? Jim Scott?
Hey, Heather. What?
Hi. I haven't seen you since prom.
Here's your tongue and cheeks.
Whoa. It's for a friend. I don't read those.
I do. I read the hell out of them. When I'm done, it looks like it's gone through a paper shredder.
This month, you get a free copy of Pink Slips with your tongue and cheeks. It's a bit more upscale.
That's it. That's a bonus.
And this pocket
Nice.
or a 12-inch free.
Just the magazine.
Careful with that.
Just the magazine.
It's free.
Just put the magazines in the bag.
You're gonna need a safe word, and it shouldn't be more.
Just the mags in the bag.
But get the 3-pack. That way you save money. Last 2 pages are recipes. A lot of people don't even get that far.
Have fun.
Hey, if you're not gonna take that free think I can have it, you can never have enough.
All yours, bro.
Nobody move! Or the porno guy gets it!
It's not mine. It's for a friend.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, my face hurts from smiling so much during that. That makes me nostalgic from the days when you had to get your nudie magazines from the store. No internet. Good Lord, I used to steal those from the drugstore when I was a kid. Used to steal the I don't know what were some of the names of those. Was there one called High Society? Hustler, of course. There was a bunch. Yeah, I used to steal them when I was a kid. To put them underneath my shirt because I wanted to see boobs. Wanted to see them bad, as a matter of fact. And that was the only way I was going to see them. Nub says, that right there, that is my luck exactly. I think the world was better when you had to get I think the world was better when you had to get your porn from the corner store in magazine form. I think that was better for the world. Let's see. Val says, to quote Michael Berry, ain't nothing wrong with a hard-working lesbian. To, clock out at the factory and open a cold one on the way home. Well, they do love that. Swank. Candle Monkey says swank. There we go. And obviously how Bud Light gained its audience. Candle Monkey, swank. Thank you for that. I was trying to remember that. Scandal Monkey says, we should have known that you'd know the Scandal Monkey. You got them all. Keep them coming. I think I stole a couple of copies of We when I was 14 as well. Rogue Thought, I went to the magazine recycling receptacles. Yes. Do you remember? I think this happened to every kid when they were like 10. You'd go out to like whatever the local, there was like a ravine by my house, but everybody, whatever copse of trees or whatever was close to where you lived, you'd go out and you just, somewhere there'd just be a Playboy. And it'd be super weathered, but it would be a Playboy. And you'd all sit and read the Playboy together and look at the boobs and go, oh, yeah, those are great. Those are great boobs. Oh. Those are the good old days. It was better when you had to work for your porn. It really was. Anyway, that was a great commercial. I'm really glad we watched that. 5 hours in, folks. Well, 5 hours and 30 seconds will be 5 hours. Good Lord. Let's see. Period bracelets. So this seems kind of a strange thing. Jaws star Richard Dreyfuss is seen entering movie screening in a dress before delivering sexist and homophobic speech as his son shares surprise reaction. Should we check this out? Let's take a look at this. This is entertaining. It's amazing whenever you see any Hollywood person. Oh, we can't get the video of it. Damn it. Any Hollywood person not acting, according to the narrative. A narrative script. Richard Dreyfuss was seen. Hold on. Richard Dreyfuss was seen on video entering a screening and Q&A for his classic 1975 film Jaws, wearing a dress before he was booed and faced walkouts from the Massachusetts crowd. So I think that Richard Dreyfuss maybe has had just about enough and he's not going to take it anymore. Was he in that movie? I don't think he was in that movie. But anyway, I think he's had enough. He's 78 and he's not dealing with any more of this bullshit. Let's see. Appearing at the Cabot in Beverly, Massachusetts for question and answer session, followed by a screening of Jaws, the mega hit which launched his career in 1975. Tickets went for as much as $300. So there were some very sensitive woke people who ended up being very disappointed. Some of those present said the Oscar winner had made sexist and homophobic remarks. What? But further guests revealed the dress stunt preceded Dreyfuss's criticism of parents of transgender children. Uh-oh. Not supposed to say that when you're a Hollywood person. Dreyfuss walked onto the stage in the floral print blue dress and shook his hips to Taylor Swift's Love Story while wielding his cane like a baseball bat, attendees claimed. He said that the parents of trans youth, allowing them to transition, was bad parenting, and that someday those kids might change their minds. Checks out. Totally sane. In one of those clips posted online, Dreyfuss said of trans children, it's not okay because when the kid's 15, she's going to say, I'm an octopus. Dreyfuss eventually put on a suit jacket and got rid of the dress, but continued to offend many in the audience. Oh, dear. Poor people. I hope they had pearls to clutch. The Hollywood Reporter cites others who say he made disparaging remarks about Barbra Streisand. Uh-oh. I want to hear those. Let's see. His son, Ben Dreyfuss, a journalist, did comment on the matter on social media Monday evening. He said, regarding my father, well, now you know why I refused to give him the password to his own Twitter account for a decade. LOL. That's good. Let's see. After the event, the theater issued a cowardly apology to those who had bought the tickets. Quote, we deeply regret that Mr. Dreyfuss's comments during the event We're not in line with the values of inclusivity we uphold at the Cabot, the press release began. Yes, of course, there'd be some pathetic statement. The fact that he's right, I guess, doesn't matter. We understand that his remarks were distressing and offensive to many of our community members, and for that, we sincerely and cowardly apologize. I don't know. Good for Richard Dreyfuss. Maybe I'll go and watch Jaws again. Just because I don't think I ever watched it the first time, to be honest. I think it's one of those movies I need to watch. Let's see, what's going on here? Before finding success as the painter of the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo often wrapped himself in plastic and rolled down stairs in front of crowds of people. He was a huge advocate for performance art, not unlike this. So modern art, this is something we touch on the channel occasionally. The usual verdict is that it's crap. In fact, every time the verdict is that it's crap and nonsense. I guess when art just becomes anything, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, the reason that we know about like Michelangelo or Titian or like Rembrandt or any of these people is because they were actually really good at painting. They're really good at art, at doing art. You know, they're incredibly skilled, right? And their art took a long time to do. They'd work months on like a painting. Right? It was incredibly skilled, hard to do, and that's what made it valuable and important. Because not just anybody could do it. Right? This, I mean, yeah, anybody could, this is just saying anybody can be an artist. Or an important artist, in fact. People will go to see it. I mean, okay, let's go forward a little bit here. Let's go back. No, I can't do the music. Let's turn that off. And we'll put on our own music. So to be a modern artist, you need to dress like a weirdo and then just do literally anything. And it's art now. I guess anything except something that would require any kind of skill or discipline, I guess. Val says it's crap, but wasn't it George Carlin who said that the insane would be put on display like art and people would pay to look at them? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. I think you might be onto something there. Because it's not actually art. I guess maybe it's people just paying to see people act weird, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Whoa, what's going on? Is that can't be the last. Well, we have skipped over a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Do we want to keep going for a little while longer? What's this one? Oh, yeah, we went there. So here's Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario. He's talking about after there's a bunch of incidents where
people are shooting at like Jewish schools and stuff and like trying to burn down synagogues and stuff. So this is what he had to say about that. Let's hear. And he's the, nominally conservative premier of Ontario.
And we've also we will throw every single resource. We've increased funding for the police, and we've also given thousands of dollars to places of worship if they feel threatened. But folks, let's cut to the chase here. What lunatic goes around shooting up schools? Like that is just unacceptable. Imagine that. Imagine a little kid in a school because they're from the Jewish faith. Someone goes by and starts shooting through the school windows. These guys need to be caught. They need to be punished. They need to be thrown in jail. And I'll tell you, we have zero tolerance for this anywhere in Ontario. And it doesn't matter what race, what creed, what religion you're from. I'd be saying the exact same thing if it was another community as well. But enough is enough. You're bringing your problems from everywhere else in the world. You're bringing it to Ontario.
This is where he got into trouble. But he's just speaking common sense, which I think the vast majority of Canadians would agree with.
And you're going after other Canadians, as the Prime Minister said, unacceptable. I got an idea. Before you plan on moving to Canada, don't come to Canada if you're going to start terrorizing neighborhoods like this. Simple as that. You want to come to Canada. You want to be a resident of Ontario. You get along with everyone. I don't care what background, what religion, what race you come from. The diversity is our number one selling tool around the world. We have 110 nationalities here in Ontario, 200 languages being spoken. And guess what? 99% of the people get along. There's wars going all around the world, but we still get along. So all this other nonsense that we've been seeing over numbers and numbers of months, enough is enough. I'm just had it up to here. And guess what? People outside those communities, they've had it too. They aren't used to this happening here in Ontario. I'm done with this stuff.
So that's a perfectly reasonable thing. That's totally in line with the vast majority of Canadians' values. But that's enough to be controversial in Canada now, right? Because he's just noticing something that's real, which you're not allowed to notice things now, as we all know. Anywhere in the Western world, you're not allowed to notice reality anymore, right? But that's enough to be controversial, just noticing reality. I'm amazed that Justin Trudeau's standing behind him there, and he didn't just look at, you can see the expression on his face. He's not that happy. In fact, let's watch that a little bit. Let's watch Trudeau's face there a little bit more.
Canadians, as the Prime Minister said, unacceptable. I got an idea. Before you plan on moving to Canada, don't come to Canada if you're going to start terrorizing neighborhoods like this. Simple as that. You want to come to Canada. You want to be a resident of Ontario. You get along with everyone. I don't care what background, what religion, what race you come from. The diversity is our number.
You can just see in Trudeau's face there, he's doing the mental calculus there, the political juggling in his head there.
One selling tool around the world. We have 110 nationalities here in Ontario, 200 languages being spoken. And guess what? 99% of the people get along. There's wars going all around the world, but we still get along. So all this other nonsense that we've been seeing over numbers and numbers of months, enough is enough. I'm just had it up to here. And guess what? People outside those communities, they've had it too. They aren't used to this happening here in Ontario. I'm done with this stuff.
Yeah, you can bet Trudeau was very uncomfortable there because some reality was being spoken, and I don't think he was liking it. I guarantee you he did not know Doug Ford was going to say that. And if he had, he would not have been standing behind him. I could guarantee you. Did you guys watch the where Trump spoke to the libertarians? God, that was pathetic. Let's see. Trump, I'm going to put a libertarian in my cabinet. I'm going to put libertarians in senior positions. I'm going to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence and free him. Let's work together. Libertarians, boo! We'd rather get 1% of the vote and help Biden out in swing states. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see it? They booed him. And then they nominated a gay communist for the Libertarian Party, which was actually the best thing they could have done for Trump, because immediately half the libertarians are going to go, well, I'm just going to vote for Trump then. But I mean, it's just, I guess I can never be a libertarian because that's just retarded. All right. What else do we got? Let's see. What's going on here? Let's, you know what I want to do? I think we want to keep going a little further. Let's just go look through Twitter and just find just random stuff that I haven't curated, just see what's actually on it. Let's see. Let's see. Most Australia video ever. So what's happening? That's a giant snake. What is that? Constricting a parrot or something? And eating it? What the hell's going on there? What has it got? Looks like a parrot. Oh, God. Australia is an awful place, isn't it? Good Lord. I don't want to wake up to that in the morning. That's not good day to me. Absolutely not. If I woke up in the morning and I saw that happening, I would just leave Australia immediately. I'd just go to the airport and leave. That's it. No more of that. Go to a place where that isn't. Although I was actually born in Australia, but we left when I was 3. So, there's that. Let's see. I'm glad that I didn't run into that snake when I was a small child. I can tell you. Let's see. What is going on here? Val says the Cuomo versus Dave Smith on PDB's show was entertaining. Play a clip of that. Brutal. Ooh, let's find that. That's a good idea. Let's find that. Let's close some of these ones here. We don't need them anymore. And let's find, okay, so it is Cuomo versus Dave Smith. So they'll probably be the best clips on Twitter. Okay, here we go. Can't say I don't give you people what you want. I take requests. Oh, okay. So okay, maybe if I just put it in here. Hold on. Dave Smith, Cuomo, PBD. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, let's check this out. Chris Cuomo says the COOF lockdowns were not totalitarian and gets instantly cooked by Dave Smith. All right. I think this is what we're looking for, isn't it, Val? Thank you for the recommendation, Val. Let's get to work.
I hear your understanding of the pandemic. I don't agree. I lived it closer than you in many ways, closer than any of you probably in many ways. And there were absolutely mistakes made. The idea that it was a totalitarian regime, that's hyperbole.
All right, can I respond? Because there was a lot there, so I want to try to respond to as much of it as I can.
I didn't mean to flood the zone.
No.
Take it one by one.
We can go one by one. Okay, first of all, when I describe the lockdowns that swept this nation in 2020 as totalitarian, just to be clear, I'm not being hyperbolic. When you're waking up every morning to watch your TV, to find out from your governor what you're allowed to do today, including am I allowed to go to work? Am I allowed to have a funeral for my father? Am I allowed to see my family? Am I allowed to step outside without a cover on my face? There is one word and one word only for that, and that is totalitarianism. I'm sorry. That's not slightly hyperbolic.
I like Dave Smith. You know, I mean, he seems to be a reasonable libertarian, and I'm a fan. He's good. That was good. That was a smackdown right there. He nailed it.
I hear your
Okay, let's find some more.
of-
There's got to be more. There's got to be more clips here. I think there's probably some good stuff. All right, let's check this out. Okay, hold on.
So I will say, number one, I came with a gift for Chris. This is, and I really hope you read this, this is the definitive book on the COVID regime. It's called Diary of a Psychosis, How Public Health Disgraced Themselves During the COVID Mania. It's written by Tom Woods, and of course the foreword is by the great Jay Bhattacharya, who, if you guys don't know, absolutely brilliant doctor over at Stanford. Here you go, this is for you.
Thank you.
Please read it, it's excellent. I know you like following the science, and there's a whole lot of science in that book. So I will say, number one, I came.
Okay, I definitely need to see more of this. All right, what's going on here? Okay, we need to watch this one quick. All right, this is going to be good. In fact, although you guys, 5 hours and 20 minutes in, I got to take another slash. So I'll be right back, you guys. You guys got to give me this. We've been going a long time. Hold on one sec. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I noticed we grabbed a couple of new subscribers since we started. We can do more. Anybody who's basically, if you're watching this, you're watching it on Rumble because nobody's watching it on YouTube. But we got 30 odd people watching on Rumble. If you're not subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel. You can see all the other great videos I put out for the rest of the week. Very nutritious, be very good for you. You'll be much better informed, and that's important. And I'm proud to provide that service for you. So subscribe. It's fun. Let's get to this video here. And the more of these clips I'm watching, the more I'm liking Dave Smith.
But listen, you told me I should apologize. So what do you think I should apologize for? And then I'll tell you what I think you should apologize for.
Well, I know what you think I should apologize for. Obviously, there was so much talk that they don't want you to take ivermectin. Ivermectin is the way to go. Take it. Joe Rogan got better from ivermectin. And by the way, I don't like what people did to Joe Rogan about ivermectin. I don't like
You did it.
No. No. Okay,
Yes, you did.
Find the clips.
Dude, find the clips. You shamed Joe Rogan.
Find the
you
clips.
said he's taking horse dewormer. You and Don Lemon were chuckling at each other about it.
No.
I'll go find
First
the
of all,
clips.
you just saw the clips.
I watched
I'm
it.
not chuckling. I'm listening to Don. But
No. The
here's
clip
point.
I'm talking about wasn't on there, and
Here's-
it's absolutely
look, we
there.
were
Here, do we have it? Hold on, let's play the clip.
Go ahead.
Injecting drugs for animals and horse.
And people telling them to. Oh my God. What person? You know, you talk about cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer, really?
They are shaming themselves.
That's
No
what
one
it
has
is.
to shame them. They're shaming themselves.
So you're taking a dewormer right now.
This
Chris, you can't apologize for that. You weren't being clear that it was this, and you know that, dude. You're being so dishonest right now, man.
I'm not
You
being
were talking
dishonest.
about ivermectin, the drug. You were not talking about this version of ivermectin. Come on,
I
man.
was responding to a situation where we were told that this is what people were searching out to take, and nobody knew what it was going to do to them. Look, I'm taking the...
And they call themselves journalists. I was told that this is what people were taking it. Really? Because it took me three seconds to realize that ivermectin wasn't horse dewormer. Hey, I went to the Nobel Prize page for ivermectin and took a look at it. Took me like 10 seconds to Google it, right? I could do that. Nobody pays me millions of dollars a year. Nobody pays me jack shit to do this. Well, except for you guys tonight, and thank you for that. But, yeah, I mean, the level of dishonesty, the scumbaggery from people like Chris Cuomo. What was Patrick Bet-David doing hiring him? Because he hired him for his network, right? Why? Because he's a name? He's a name that nobody trusts. His name is synonymous with lying. With lying and being a scumbag. And throwing people downstairs because they called him Fredo. Remember that Fredo? He said Fredo was the N-word for Italians. Why would they hire this guy? Probably paying him a lot of money too. And here he is getting called out by Dave Smith for lying again, because that's apparently all this guy does. Second chances, do you have to give them to everybody?
Drug right now. Obviously, I don't think it's all poison. I stopped calling it the horse drug when, and you can not like it, CNN's chief medical officer, who is Sanjay Gupta, said to me, you shouldn't just call it a horse dewormer.
He should never have had to have said that to you. If I can figure out that it's not horse dewormer in 3 seconds, if 1 million people, if everybody watching this live stream right now knew within 3 seconds that it wasn't horse dewormer when they called it horse dewormer, that's not what Joe Rogan had taken. If we can all do that, why can't the journalist, the big shot TV journalist? I mean, it is possible that he really is that lazy and stupid, I suppose. It's also entirely possible that he knew and he didn't care, or he just didn't care to know. Whatever it is, it's inexcusable in any case. Let's continue.
There's a whole legitimate aspect of the drug. I wouldn't use it for COVID-19, but it's not just the veterinary grade. So I stopped calling it that.
So, okay.
And then it went away.
By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. One of the best moments during the pandemic was when Dr. Gupta, who was just mentioned, went on Joe Rogan's podcast. For all the days of CNN like demonizing Joe Rogan, they send their top doctor out there onto his show, and he goes, why is everyone on your network saying I'm taking horse dewormer? Ivermectin's not. And Dr. Gupta looked down at his lap and went, yeah, no, they shouldn't be saying that.
So Dave Smith is killing him here. For some reason, my computer is deciding to do that spinning wheel of death. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. I just got this computer a few months ago, too. All right. I think there might be some more clips here. Let's see. How about this one? No, I guess. Oh, what about this one? Okay, let's check this one out.
There was so much talk that they don't want you to take ivermectin. Ivermectin is the way to go. Take it. Joe Rogan got better from ivermectin.
Oh, that's the same one there. All right, let's check this one out.
But I think, look, I think that a lot of us in this world, whatever you consider this world, we call it podcasts, but it's kind of an outdated term. None of us have iPods anymore, but for some reason that name just stuck. But in this world of shows on the internet, whether it's Pat's show or my show, Joe Rogan's show, Glenn Greenwald has a show, Tim Pool has it, all these people have shows. And we all disagree about so many things. But the one thing we kind of all agree about in this area is that we opposed the COVID insanity. That was kind of the thing that united all of the shows on the internet that are big. And it was a strange fit for you to come from CNN into this world. It kind of reminds me, it's like Dick Cheney trying to join the anti-war movement or something like that. And the truth is that what really was I think, incredible to me and to many people was that it was kind of amazing to watch you admit so many of the things that you admitted on the podcast with Pat. But at the same time, you laughed off the idea of an apology. Yeah. Your first thing you said was apology. No way. There's no way. And then you proceeded to go on to confirm what all of us had known for so long. But you, sir, were smearing people like us for having this view. You were, at the time when the COVID insanity struck, you were the #1 show at CNN. A time when the nation was going through a major crisis and totalitarianism swept throughout all 50 states. Actually, -1, I think South Dakota never had lockdowns. 49 out of the 50 states went totalitarian.
They didn't have lockdowns, but they did have a dog get killed at 13 months. I think that's what happened in South Dakota. So we got to get the facts. We'll keep going.
It was something, I think Kim Jong-un was involved.
Right.
I'm not sure about the details.
Right.
But during this moment, you know, we really needed people, especially people who had a big platform. You were the #1 show at CNN, which is huge, almost as big as this show. And and it seems to me that you, rather than doing what your job should have been at the time, which was to be skeptical of power and to shine a light against the propaganda, it seems like you ate up every single piece of propaganda, repeated all of it without any thought to whether it was.
But that is his job. That's the thing. And Dave Smith knows this as well. He's just being polite here, but that is his job, is to just spout propaganda, obviously, right? It's not to, you know, hold truth to power. It's to agree with power. It's to push what power is saying. It's to validate what power is saying. It's the narrative. It's sciencism, right? These people are paid propagandists. He was then. What is his motivation now? I don't know. I'm assuming money. Is he being honest now? Does he want to be honest now? I'm talking about Chris Cuomo. I don't know, but I mean, why would anybody trust him in the first place?
Is true or not, and then smeared millions of Americans like myself who were opposed to this stuff. So that's where my beef is.
Smeared millions of Americans, and he did that knowingly, right? He knew what he was doing at the time. He knew it. Why would you trust him now? Why would anybody hire him? I find it baffling. I mean, if Patrick Bet-David wants to lose subscribers, I guess. Let's see what else we got. Anything else? That's already seen that one. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here's the new one. All right, let's check this one out.
Yes, in 2020 March, instead of making China the boogeyman.
Hold on. Let's make that a little bit bigger.
Yes, in 2020 March, instead of making China the boogeyman, we made Trump the boogeyman. That's what you did. CNN did that.
No.
No, that's not what I did.
So CNN didn't make Trump the boogeyman.
Trump has always been the boogeyman for most of the media.
Right, but
it wasn't about COVID.
Well,
I'm just telling you, it wasn't about COVID.
Well, he certainly
actually
was the
got kind of a
boogeyman.
pass.
Yes, he was the boogeyman
Yeah,
far before COVID.
Sure,
when
way
when you guys were repeating mindlessly every day that there was some giant conspiracy with Trump and Russia, and leading the entire country to believe that our election had been stolen by a hostile foreign power, and that Vladimir Putin had, and once again, like we won't get out of you tonight, not one apology from anyone at CNN when it turns out there was zero evidence that that was true. And you could say we just guessed right, but all of us who were paying attention knew from the very beginning that this was totally made up. And of all the things you could say about Donald Trump,
how could you have known right from the very beginning that it was totally made up?
Because it was the most absurd claim ever that when the CIA comes out and says Vladimir Putin has overthrown our elections and installed Donald Trump in there and presents zero evidence to back it up.
That's not the investigation. That's not the allegation.
Well, no, but it was what people on your former network said daily.
Listen,
it was what people
not
on
only
MSNBC
have
said
I never
daily.
said
Are we
that
gonna
Russia
pretend
put in Trump.
So you're
I've never
saying,
had anyone
Chris,
on my show who
Chris,
said that.
let's just be honest here for a second.
Go ahead.
Are you
Try
going to
it.
genuinely tell me that CNN and MSNBC did not every day for 3 years give the impression that Donald Trump was involved in a conspiracy with the Russians?
They absolutely covered the investigation into Donald Trump from a special prosecutor every day.
It's like he thinks he's still on CNN. You know? It's like he thinks he's still on CNN. No, I'm sorry. That doesn't work outside of CNN, my friend. That does not work in the real world. We all saw it. We all saw it.
MSNBC did it
And
differently, I would argue, than CNN.
Why was that special prosecutor appointed?
Why was it appointed? Because the Attorney General thought he should be.
Here's why. And he admitted it himself on 60 Minutes, if any of you guys want to go back and listen to it. Andrew McCabe, the number 3 guy at the Justice Department, said, after Donald Trump fired Comey, these are his words, not mine. After he fired Comey, they decided to try to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove him on the grounds that he was unstable. And they realized they couldn't get enough of his cabinet to do it, so they settled on a special prosecutor. That's why. Not a single one of them thought he was a Russian spy. Let me tell you something. Carter Page, the one guy who got in trouble from the FBI, as I'm sure you guys both know. Why did he get in trouble? Because he lied to the FISA court. Because the CIA told the FBI that Carter Page was their guy. They knew he wasn't a Russian spy. The whole thing was complete nonsense just to frame Donald Trump so he couldn't get his agenda through. And CNN ran with it every single day. Unquestioning about.
That's the salient point right there, unquestioning, because that's the real thing. It's not unusual that a news network would be covering this huge story. What should be unusual is when they don't interrogate any of it, when they take it all for granted, when they don't question it whatsoever, when they don't hold any truth to power. That's the real question right there. When they just buy it hook, line, and sinker. Again, when they don't investigate any of it, when they don't interrogate any of it, just all of it's taken at face value. That's the real crime there. And I think Dave Smith pointed that out at the end. Let's see, anything else in here? That might be it for the clips now. I don't know. You guys got anything else? Oh, what's this? Well, we've already seen that. You guys got anything else you want to see before we finish up? Yeah, I think we watched that one. No, we've seen all that. All right. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Anything else you want me to look into? You know, we could just look under what's trending right now. Let's go to here and just see what's going on. Oh.
That looks like Vladimir Putin there. Huh. Somebody just posted a picture of Vladimir Putin and I don't know what, his old girlfriend or something. Well, I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. He's right, we're supposed to be frolicking in the forest, eating mushrooms and communing with centaurs and fairies. So what's this all about? Let's hear what this guy has to say. Sounds like a great idea.
People weren't meant to work in an office. We're not supposed to sit in an office all day long and just be staring at a computer.
Well, in fairness, that does suck.
We're supposed to be living in the forest. We're supposed to be living in the forest, like eating berries and picking like nuts off of trees.
Okay, so he might be overestimating here. He might be overrating the enjoyment value you'd get from living in the forest and eating berries and picking nuts off trees and stuff. It might be harder than he thinks it is.
Trees and fishing and stuff. We're supposed to be living in villages where the elders call a meeting because there's a new guardian of the forest is going to
a new guardian of the forest. There was a time when people lived like that, and they lived for about 35 years. Their lives were short and brutish, and they sucked. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it all sounds very nice, doesn't it? It does, but the reality was not quite so nice. People starved to death. Famine was a major problem. He's thinking back to this kind of, I don't know if you call it a noble savage myth, but this kind of agrarian fantasy. But life back then was actually pretty terrible. People were dirt poor. They worked all day long from sunup till sundown. Maybe they have a bit of light because they, had like a rush that they soaked in animal fat and they could use that as a candle for a while at night. But life sucked. It was terrible. And people could just come along and kill you. That sort of thing happened. People starved to death when there was a bad crop. Life was not good. Life was not fun. If you had to live like that for a year, you'd be very, very happy to get back into your office in front of your computer again. And like ordering, getting your sandwich from wherever, from the cafeteria, whatever. You'd be much happier. And life wasn't great back then.
Be chosen by the spirits, and I'm just standing there on a photocopy machine, knowing that
I don't know. I think the forest spirits are scary, personally. I'd barely be able to sleep at night.
Supposed to be helping to close the shadow gate, and it's not supposed to.
Okay, this isn't real. This is parody. This is definitely has to be parody. All right, let's somebody underneath probably has figured whether that has to be parody. That can't be real. Okay, the dude is trolling everyone. Surely it was hilarious. That's definitely trolling. Let's see. If somebody got a link for this guy. Let's see. No, I'm definitely calling this as not real. I'm calling this as not real. I'm calling this parody. I wonder what William Riker has to say about it.
It's a total fabrication.
Yep. I'm saying it's a total fabrication too. Fun though. That was a fun one. That was worth it. All right. What else we got here? I don't know about that one. What else we got here? Did we hear this part? Let's hear this.
You have the luxury of not worrying about what happens when you say what you say. I work for a place that will get a phone call from someone that they care about, okay? It will matter to them. And you can say, well, they work for this 3-letter agency that are all, bad
Chris,
people.
If I had, let me tell you something. This is what's really infuriating about you saying that, right? I understand the pressures at CNN where powerful people could make a phone call and then you could be in a lot of trouble.
No, it's just an accountability proposition.
Here, let's talk accountability. If I had your track record on COVID, I'd be out of business. Period. No one would listen to me anymore. I would have no way of making money.
Argue the reverse.
I'd be ruined.
I would argue the reverse.
Absolutely ruined.
If you didn't tell people that there were easy ways to get past COVID and that the vaccine was a joke and everything that happened was a joke, I don't think you'd be in business. I think if you weren't doing these things, I don't think you'd have the same platform because it sells very well in digital media.
No, I mean, it's just, first off, I never said the things that you just said. The thing is that, yes, you're right. Me being against lockdowns, against mandates, against the corruption of big pharma, again, yes, that did help me.
No, and the
sure.
vaccine.
That's such an interesting point that, Dave Smith, if he had said the things that Chris Cuomo had said, he'd be out of business. Nobody would listen to him anymore. That's the interesting thing is because, when you get onto social media, it kind of comes down to trust, right? And your audience has to trust you. They have to know that you're not bullshitting them and lying to them, That's kind of the beautiful thing about this, is that there is trust and we can actually communicate with each other directly. I have a much smaller audience than either of those two people, obviously, but hey, I'll still have, I'm sure 400 or 500 people came through the show tonight on Rumble, which is, hey, that's better. That's still pretty good in my books, and, but it's built on actual trust. Like, you guys aren't going to come here if you guys feel like I'm just bullshitting you, which is why we disagree sometimes, right? Somebody isn't somebody isn't just bullshitting you because you disagree with them sometimes. That's how you know, right? Because nobody agrees with anybody 100% of the time. Nobody really is on message. Nobody who's being honest is on narrative 100%. No, you can't be. Not if you're telling the truth, It's such an important difference between like the CNN, between like a Chris Cuomo on CNN or Anderson Cooper or one of these people, and just somebody who's just doing their own thing on the internet. It's a different crowd. The people watching are different, and the people streaming, the people that you're listening to are different. It's a completely different thing. It's a completely different kind of media. Chris Cuomo can go out there and he can make millions of dollars to the same shrinking audience night after night on CNN, although he's not on there anymore. He was fired, but when he was on there, he could do that and just bullshit and just read what was put into his teleprompter for him every night. And it just works because it's corporate and it's just all built in. It's just a machine. You can't do that. You can't keep one person interested in your show if you're full of shit on the internet. Not a good audience, not a real audience. So it's kind of fascinating, It makes me very proud of what we've got, the community that we're building over here. It's awesome, But anyway, that's enough praise for you monsters before you get too arrogant. Let's see, what else we got here? What's going on with this? If you stop to watch one thing today, let this be it. All right, so this is one of those things that's going to be nice for us and good for our souls. Let's take a look.
Between whether it's a turtle or a tortoise, then I would recommend a manual.
I've always thought it was just there was something kind of amazing about just all these different species can hang out together, can just chill and hang out together. Rogue Thought says Emmanuel's a shithead. What? But there is something kind of amazing. And then you see even in the wild, I've seen videos of like like deer and like raccoons hanging out and stuff. It's really weird, but there's something fascinating about it. Just completely different species, all just inhabiting the same space and hanging out. I always thought there was something kind of amazing about that, you know? But anyway, let's keep going. What do we got here? Here's an example of what the left does to people, what leftism does to people who might otherwise be good people. Maybe it just draws shitty people into it, maybe. But here you've got a good person and you've got a terrible person. And what separates them? It's ideology. But you tell me who you would rather be around.
I had an abortion 2 years ago, and I don't regret it at all. They yanked the fetus out of my uterus. And I'm so happy.
Okay.
I'm so grateful.
Okay.
And I'm a professor at this university.
Okay.
And I make more money than you.
Okay.
And
Oh, that's just so gross, right? Like, just on a deep, visceral level, that's gross. That's disgusting, right? They yanked the fetus out of me, and I'm a professor, so I make more money than you. I mean, this is a terrible human being, right? This is a horrible, gross human being. This is somebody with no moral foundation whatsoever, right? And this is ideology that's done this to this person, right? And now here's the other guy. Here's the other person, and I don't know. You tell me who seems like a more decent human being.
what else?
All right. Well, we'll pray for you. Okay, we'll pray the Lord save you.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I wish I knew your name so we can know where to pray. Well, either way, you're a soul. Either way,
And
you're a soul.
kind of an asshole.
What makes me that?
You kind of ruined everybody's lunch. You're like, oh, you
sorry.
took the cord out?
Yeah, I took the cord out. Yeah, because
Okay.
you won't give me my mic back. Please,
Okay.
please give me my mic back, please. Please, young lady. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, you're not stronger than me. All right. God bless you.
God bless
Don't-
you.
Hey, officer! This young lady she's trying to rip my stuff up.
Oh, I'm assalting. Okay,
Come
if
on.
I get arrested right now, I would literally laugh out loud.
like that?
Hi. No, it's not.
Okay, you should probably let him have the stuff like that.
Can I ask a question? Of course.
Go ahead.
But let go right now. Him? Is this assault?
Let go right now.
Yes or no?
Let go right now.
Yes, no. Yes or no?
You're under arrest. Put your hands behind you.
We pray for the grace of God for you.
Well, it felt good when she got arrested there. But look, I'm not even religious myself, but I'll tell you this. One thing I've learned is that I will take the Christian over the deranged leftist any day of the week. I know who I like better. I like that guy way better than I like that person, because that person is a good human being, and maybe that's informed. In fact, sounds like it probably is informed by his faith. Even though I'm not a religious man myself, I can recognize that. I'll take the Christian any day of the week over the horrible, horrible, deranged leftist. And Rogue Thought says she's intentionally trying to trigger a response. Yeah, trying to be provocative, as if that has some sort of value inherent in itself. It's disturbing as hell. Like, this is not a good person that you would want having any control over your life whatsoever. And that's modern leftism. That's what modern leftism is full of. They hate kind, decent people, it appears. Am I wrong about this? I don't think that I am. I think it's demonstrably true. Let's see. All right. You know what, guys? We're almost 6 hours in. I think I'm done. I've gone as long as I can. We'll end it off with this lovely picture of the young Putin. And I guess maybe that's his mom there. I don't know. I don't know. Who is he? They're saying, I don't know why somebody would just post that, but whatever. Maybe we'll end it off with this guy on the screen. This guy crying. This is definitely a parody. Anyway, anybody who's still not subscribed to the channel, you should subscribe right away while you still have the opportunity, because we're going to be shutting this down real soon in a couple of minutes. But I would first like to take the opportunity to thank everybody in the chat, everybody who did the Rumble rants. That's awesome. Everybody who was involved in the chat. You guys are awesome. It's what makes the whole thing work. It's what makes it fun for me. Without the chat, this would be boring, right? So, and I love the fact that I'm seeing you guys having conversations with each other. You guys are all making friends. It's awesome. It makes me feel good personally to see it. Although we haven't seen Radio Streamer the last couple of weeks. What happened with him? Hopefully we'll see him in the next one. But yeah, thanks everybody in the chat. It really is makes the whole thing way better, way more fun, and it really is building a community here, you know? So everybody have a great weekend. Have a great next week. I will be putting out lots of videos during the week, so make sure you check those out on the channel if you can, if you have time to. And